Imagine a prison where people don't want to escape, a society where control doesn't come from force, but from pleasure. Aldous Huxley showed this nearly a century ago in his book, Brave New World. He saw that the future wouldn't be made of chains and whips, but of endless entertainment and pleasures. The English writer understood something that few people realized at the time. Pleasure can be a more powerful weapon than pain. When people are busy having fun, they don't question anything. They don't fight. They don't protest. They don't think much about life. This is the story of how pleasure became the perfect method of control, and how we still live today inside this golden trap that Huxley described. Aldous Huxley discovered something frightening about power. Rulers no longer need to use force to control people. They can use something much more effective: constant pleasure. In Brave New World, Huxley showed a society where no one suffers, but no one really lives either. The secret lies in the anesthetization of the senses. When people are always busy with entertainment, they don't stop to think. Entertainment becomes a smokescreen that hides reality. TV series, games, parties. All of this can function like a drug that keeps the mind asleep. But here's the most clever trick. Huxley realized that pain always sparked revolts. When people suffered, they came together and fought for change. But pleasure does the opposite. It separates people, each in their own little world of personal entertainment. It's as if each person had their own golden cell, decorated with everything they like. The most impressive thing is that this control works because people choose it. No one forces anyone to watch television for hours or stay glued to their phone. People do this because it feels good, it's easy, it's comfortable. Pleasure becomes a voluntary prison where people lock themselves in. The diabolical genius of this system is that it doesn't seem bad. On the contrary, it seems wonderful. Who doesn't want to be happy all the time? Who doesn't want to avoid pain and discomfort? But Huxley showed that this artificial happiness is actually a form of living death. The person stops growing, stops questioning, stops being truly human. And so the world's biggest factory was born. Not a factory of cars or clothes, but a factory of fake happiness. Modern society became a giant machine for producing artificial emotions. Like a factory, it takes normal people and transforms them into consumers addicted to stimuli. This process happens so subtly that most people don't even realize they're being manipulated. Think about the last time you saw an advertisement. The system works by creating desires that didn't exist before. Advertisements show happy people using products, making everyone want to have the same happiness. But when the person buys the product, the happiness doesn't last long. Soon, another desire appears, another product, another promise of satisfaction. Of course, not everything that gives us pleasure is bad. Watching a movie occasionally or buying something we need aren't problems. The danger is when these activities become a constant escape from reality. When the person can no longer be alone with their thoughts, when they always need some external distraction, that's when pleasure has become prison. People's emotions become shallow because they never have to deal with real difficulties. It's like a muscle that isn't used. It gets weak. When the person only feels superficial pleasures, they lose the ability to feel deeper things like compassion, courage, or true love. This emotional superficiality makes people predictable. They always react the same way, seeking more pleasure when they're sad, more fun when they're bored. The system can easily control these people because it knows exactly what they'll do in each situation. Now get ready to meet Soma, the most dangerous drug that ever existed. In Huxley's book, there was a drug called Soma that solved any emotional problem. Were you sad? Take Soma. Were you anxious? Take Soma. It was the magic solution for everything. Today we don't have a pill called Soma, but we have many other things that play the same role. You've probably taken Soma today without realizing it. Social media functions as modern Soma. When the person feels lonely or insecure, they grab their phone and dive into the virtual world. There they find likes, comments, funny videos. For a few hours, the existential pain disappears. But as soon as they leave social media, the pain returns, sometimes even stronger. Pornography is another type of Soma. It offers instant pleasure without having to deal with the complications of a real relationship. The person doesn't need to know themselves, doesn't need to grow emotionally, doesn't need to face their fears. But this artificial pleasure leaves an even bigger emptiness afterward. Uncontrolled consumption also works like a drug. Buying new things gives a good temporary feeling. The person feels important, fulfilled, happy. But this happiness disappears quickly, and soon they need to buy something else to feel pleasure again. Even medications can become Soma when they're used to escape from life. Of course, many people really need medicine for health problems. But when medicines are used just to avoid feeling sadness, anxiety, or any emotional discomfort, they become a way of escaping personal growth. All these modern somas have something in common. They promise to solve pain without the person needing to make any real effort to change. It's like putting a band-aid on an infected wound. The pain goes away for a while, but the problem remains there, often getting worse. But there's something even more sinister happening. There's a very thin line between wanting something and being a slave to that desire. Huxley showed how the constant promise of satisfaction transforms free people into voluntary slaves. They think they're choosing, but actually they're being chosen by their impulses. Étienne de la Boétie, an ancient French thinker, wrote about voluntary servitude. He said that people often choose to be slaves because it's easier than being free. Freedom takes work, requires responsibility, is sometimes uncomfortable. Slavery, on the other hand, offers security and comfort. See if this sounds familiar. Pleasure functions as an invisible chain. The person doesn't see they're trapped because the chain is made of pleasant things. It's like an addiction to chocolate. The person knows it's bad for them, but can't stop because it tastes so good. The difference is that addiction to pleasure in general is much more subtle and socially accepted. Emotional dependence happens when the person can no longer be alone with themselves. They always need some distraction, some external stimulus. Being in silence, doing nothing, becomes torture. The person has lost the ability to find peace and joy within themselves. The most dangerous thing is that this slavery looks like freedom. The person can do everything they want. Eat, drink, have sex, buy, have fun. But they can't not do these things. When pleasure becomes mandatory, it stops being pleasure and becomes prison. And here we arrive at a terrible paradox. Excess comfort can be as dangerous as lack of it. Huxley realized that when people have everything too easy, they stop fighting for important things. It's as if freedom were a muscle. If it's not exercised, it gets weak and can even die. Look around you. Political apathy is one of the symptoms of this anesthetized freedom. When people are busy with their personal pleasures, they're not interested in what happens in society. Politicians can do whatever they want because the people are distracted with entertainment. It's easier to complain about the government from the couch at home than to go out on the street to protest. Spiritual alienation is another serious problem. People stop asking life's big questions. Why am I here? What's the meaning of all this? How can I be a better person? These questions are uncomfortable, so it's easier to turn on the television and forget about them. Intellectual demobilization is perhaps the most dangerous. When the brain is always busy with superficial stimuli, it loses the ability to think deeply. It's like eating only fast food. It satisfies hunger, but doesn't really nourish. Thinking becomes shallow, incapable of making complex connections or questioning accepted ideas. But maybe you're wondering, is there a way out? And the answer might shock you. Huxley said something very profound. Truth is not always comfortable. Actually, truth is almost never comfortable. It requires the person to face things about themselves and about the world that they'd rather not see. That's why most people choose to live in illusion. Illusion is like a soft blanket that protects from the cold of reality. It's comfortable, warm, familiar. Truth is like leaving home on a cold morning, unpleasant at first, but necessary to get somewhere. The problem is that many people prefer to stay in bed forever. The dilemma between the real and the pleasurable happens every day in small and big decisions. It's more pleasurable to believe there are no problems in the world than to face difficult issues like poverty, injustice, or environmental destruction. It's more comfortable to think everything will work out by itself than to take responsibility for necessary changes. In personal life, it's also easier to pretend everything's fine than to admit problems in marriage, career, or mental health. Denial is a form of pleasure because it avoids the pain of confrontation. But this avoided pain doesn't disappear. It accumulates and can explode later in a much worse way. The choice between truth and pleasure is also an ethical choice. When the person chooses comfortable illusion, they're not just hurting themselves. They're contributing to a world where lies are more valued than honesty, where appearance matters more than essence. And this leads us to a disturbing discovery about our own bodies. The human body has always been seen as something sacred in many cultures. It was the temple of the soul, the vehicle for deep spiritual experiences. But in modern society, the body became an object of hedonistic worship. Instead of being a path to something greater, it became the final destination. This inversion of the sacred is very dangerous. When the body is treated only as a source of immediate satisfaction, it becomes a prison. The person gets trapped in their physical desires, unable to see beyond the needs of the moment. It's like living in a beautiful house, but never leaving it to explore the world outside. Jung, the famous psychologist, talked about how desires can be illusions of freedom. The person thinks they're free because they can do what they want with their body, but actually they've become a slave to their impulses. It's like a dog chasing its own tail, lots of movement, but no real progress. Arthur Schopenhauer, the German philosopher, said that desire is a source of suffering. When the person wants something, they suffer because they don't have it. When they get what they want, they suffer because soon another desire appears. And when they lose what they had, they suffer again. It's an endless cycle of dissatisfaction. But there's something even more subtle happening: the murder of silence. The constant noise of modern life isn't just external. There's an internal noise that's even more disturbing: the mental chatter that never stops. People live with their heads full of thoughts, worries, plans, fantasies. And the worst part is that much of this mental noise is fed by the constant search for stimuli. When was the last time you were in complete silence? Interior silence is the place where the deepest transformations happen. It's in silence that the person can hear their true voice, the one that knows their real needs. But to reach this silence, you need to stop feeding the mind with constant stimuli. Mystics from all traditions have always associated silence with self-knowledge. They knew it's impossible to know yourself in the middle of mental confusion. It's like trying to see the bottom of a lake while someone is throwing stones in the water. Only when the water becomes still is it possible to see clearly. Philosophers also valued silence as a path to wisdom. Socrates said that an unexamined life is not worth living. But how can you reflect if your mind never stops? How can you think deeply if you're always consuming information and entertainment? Here's a simple practice. Start with just 5 minutes a day without any stimulus. No phone, no music, no television, no book. Just you and your thoughts. At first, it will be uncomfortable, and that's exactly what makes the exercise valuable. This discomfort shows how much we depend on external distractions. And this leads us to the most concerning phenomenon of all: the transformation of adults into big children. One of Huxley's strongest criticisms was about the infantilization of society. He saw that adults were being treated like big children, incapable of making mature decisions or dealing with frustrations. This infantilization isn't accidental. It's a very effective control strategy. Look at the people around you. Children are easy to control because they seek immediate gratification and avoid any discomfort. If you give candy to a child every time they cry, they'll learn that crying is the way to get what they want. Modern society does the same thing with adults. It offers immediate satisfactions to prevent them from crying or rebelling. Friedrich Nietzsche talked about the last man, a pathetic creature who only wants security and comfort. This last man avoids any risk, any challenge, anything that might disturb their peace of mind. They prefer a small and safe life to a big and dangerous one. Infantilization manifests in the inability to tolerate frustrations. If the Wi-Fi takes time to connect, the person gets irritated. If they have to wait in line, they despair. If someone disagrees with them on social media, they get deeply offended. It's as if every small discomfort were a terrible tragedy. Infantilized adults don't question authority because they're too busy seeking immediate rewards. It's like giving a lollipop to a child to stop asking difficult questions. While people are distracted with their lollipops, entertainment, consumption, various pleasures, they don't notice what's happening around them. But wait, there's a path of resistance that can change everything. In the midst of all this manipulation through pleasure, there's a powerful form of resistance: authentic spiritual seeking. Not consumer spirituality, full of promises of easy happiness, but the true inner journey that requires courage and discipline. Real spirituality is revolutionary because it teaches that true satisfaction doesn't come from outside. When the person discovers this, they become very difficult to control. How do you convince someone to buy happiness if they've already found happiness within themselves? How do you manipulate someone with external pleasures if they've learned to find pleasure in simplicity? Jung talked about the process of individuation, which is the path to becoming who you really are. This process requires facing dark parts of yourself, questioning limiting beliefs, going through crises and transformations. It's not comfortable at all, but it's the only path to real inner freedom. Pain, emptiness, and doubt aren't enemies of spirituality, they're teachers. Pain teaches compassion. Emptiness teaches humility. Doubt teaches us to seek deeper answers. When the person stops running from these difficult experiences and learns from them, they develop a wisdom that no artificial pleasure can offer. But not all pleasure is an enemy. There's a surprising discovery here. Not all pleasure is manipulation. There's a fundamental difference between pleasure that liberates and pleasure that enslaves. Conscious pleasure arises from presence, from genuine connection, from appreciating the simple beauty of life. It doesn't create addiction because it doesn't promise to be more than it is. The pleasure of contemplating sunset is different from the pleasure of watching television. The first connects the person with something greater than themselves. The second disconnects them from reality. The first leaves the person more awake. The second leaves them more asleep. The first nourishes the soul. The second only distracts the mind. The pleasure of authentic human bonds is also liberating. When two people truly connect, talking deeply, sharing vulnerabilities, creating together, a type of joy emerges that doesn't depend on external stimuli. It's a pleasure born from the human capacity to love and be loved. Artistic creation is another source of conscious pleasure. When the person writes, paints, dances, sings, or creates anything that comes from the heart, they experience very deep satisfaction. It's the pleasure of giving form to their feelings, of expressing their uniqueness, of contributing beauty to the world. And now, we arrive at the moment of the most important choice of all. We've reached the most crucial point of this entire reflection. How do we escape this trap? How can an ordinary person free themselves from control through pleasure without becoming a monk isolated from the world? The answer isn't to reject all pleasure. That would be impossible and even harmful. The key is to develop awareness. Awareness is the ability to observe our own impulses before acting. It's creating a space between desire and action, where we can consciously choose what to do. Here are some concrete practices to develop this awareness. First, practice the conscious pause. Before picking up your phone, watching television, or buying something, stop for 10 seconds and ask, why am I doing this? Am I running away from some feeling? This simple question can break the automatism that makes us slaves to impulses. Second, establish regular pleasure fasts. Once a week, choose to go without some habitual source of pleasure. Social media, music, series, sweets. This shows how much we depend on these things and strengthens our capacity for choice. It's like exercising a muscle. The more we practice, the stronger it gets. Third, cultivate pleasures that require presence. Walking in nature, talking deeply with friends, reading books that challenge your thinking, learning something new. These pleasures nourish instead of draining energy, connect instead of isolating, expand instead of diminishing. Fourth, learn to relate to discomfort differently. Instead of immediately running from sadness, anxiety, or boredom, try observing these feelings with curiosity. What are they trying to teach you? What unmet need do they reveal? Often, our discomforts are portals to self-knowledge and growth. The path of real freedom requires going through the comfort that paralyzes us. It's like leaving a heated pool to dive into the open sea. At first, it's scary and uncomfortable, but then comes the incredible feeling of being truly alive, of being in contact with forces greater than ourselves. Huxley left us a warning and an invitation. The warning: beware of pleasures that promise to solve everything without demanding anything in return. The invitation: have the courage to seek an authentic life, even if it's more challenging than artificial life. Because in the end, one real and difficult life is worth more than 1,000 fake and easy lives. The choice is ours. Continue sleeping in the comfort of illusion, or wake up to the challenging adventure of being truly human. You can start today with a simple question before seeking your next pleasure. Does this free me or trap me? The honest answer to this question can be the first step toward your true freedom.
Are you crying? Are you crying? Are you crying? There's no crying. There's no crying in foosball.
You fucking cried after 3 days in the fucking holding tank. Looked like a fucking pile of wet rags at court. You should see how I showed up to court after 3 days in the box with the light on.
Please, is there anything I can do, sir? Please.
Does he look like a bitch? What?
Don't do this to my wife, man. You don't know what you're doing to my family, man.
Does he look like a bitch?
Sir, please don't make me sleep in jail tonight, sir. Please. I'm begging.
We're not criminals.
They're gonna make me sleep in jail.
Continue. You were saying something about best intentions?
Josh has never been arrested for recording.
Okay, so that's him getting arrested, and then his friend here makes a phone call that I want to touch on.
We got a lot of folks, especially over the past weeks and months, getting on the bandwagon of protesting. And they've come here for years, and it just goes right by their ears that activism has nothing to do with protesting. Protesting is essentially glorified complaining. You want attention, you want to be seen, you want to be heard, you want your opinion to matter, but you don't want to actually have to do something to get on the radar. You don't want to actually have to do something to be seen as credible and resolute. Okay? That doesn't work. You may have a voice, you may speak the truth matters, but your voice and your persona and character attached to that voice and that presentation doesn't matter if you're not creating the solution. You're just whining and complaining. Newsflash, government is not government, it's a corporation. We can go over it till I turn blue. The folks still seemingly on the whole won't get it. Their job here is not to keep you safe, even though they say it is. I know that confuses a lot of people. They say this, but they do this. Yeah, it's called lying. You folks do it to yourself and everyone else every day. Why should they do it back to you? So I'm just kind of confused why so many citizen slaves who identify as corporate slaves lie to themselves and everyone else all day, every day, and then expect their keepers not to do the same. They're pimps. So here's a clue. Understand the truth, cause and effect, live the truth, sacrifice, get a result, and then maybe your masters and your keepers will start to take you as credible rather than just whining and complaining, wanting to be seen and heard. So, you can't say that the solution hasn't been brought forth because outside of every majority is a minority experience of actual solutions, and that's exactly why it's a minority experience, because the majority of folks don't want to actually have to change themselves and their life and bring the solution. They want to be able to whine and complain and vote and be seen and heard like a child and have a voice and think mommy and daddy are going to change the way they've been running the house for however many years. Probably not going to happen. So the more you keep begging them and asking them and opting in and buying in, the more they're going to keep doing whatever they want and claiming you asked them for it. Everybody wants to use God and use government. They don't want to be used by God to be the proper government of and by and for the people. That means opting out, self-sufficient, self-sustainable, co-creative, and not cooperating, complying with contracts and obligations that are expected of you that may not be wanted by you, accepted by you. It's very interesting that as someone who took an oath to the Constitution, because you apparently don't know where your rights come from in that contract that says from God, you somehow stick to the phrase or the ideology that we have to give up rights in order to fulfill societal obligations. If I had to come up with an idea or a mission statement, would be we have to give up some of our benefits and privileges and potentially safety in order to secure our rights. So I always find it interesting how you just ask somebody who and what they are, what they're doing, what's their philosophy, what's their credo, and they reveal the core of their beingness in one phrase. So I, for one, am not willing to give up my natural rights in order to carry out societal obligations to a legal society in a legal system, nor do I believe that's beneficial to myself or anybody else, nor is it necessary. What I do believe is that I have had to, and others may have to, give up some of their comforts, their benefits, their privileges, maybe even their safety, because safety in a way is a benefit, it's a privilege, it's an entitlement. In the natural world, right, of it or not, you're not guaranteed safety. You have to, in a way, co-create that or experience it. So, I stand in that camp, if you want to call it that. We may have to give up some of our safety, some of our comforts in order to secure our rights and property. It's beyond pimping and hoeing. So if they're calling you a sovereign citizen, a conspiracy theorist, pick something, right? Pick one of their buzzword terms. If they're calling you that or saying all people who do these things are that, you know you're on the mark. Because that's their deep state, Tavistock, secret society, however you want to phrase it. That's their way of getting out ahead of it and convincing the group that there's no point in looking at that, right? All right, we're back at it like we never left. Just to be clear, to bring some clarity, what I'm saying in the intro,
I'm not against protesting. Okay. Give me a double check here from the folks in chat. I'm a bit loud or overmodulated. Not too bad from the indicator I got here. So I'm not against the protesting. It's just this and that, right? Most things in life are this and that. We can't just settle on the lesser modality. So you want to protest, go ahead and protest, get together, get out in the street, let these people know if they're going to try to play government as a self-defined corporation, they need to uphold rights. And they need to, like, if they're going to claim they're going to keep people safe, not do slavery and genocide, right? Weird idea. But then the next step of that is stop fucking complying. Stop paying them. Stop complying. Stop going to them for benefits and privileges. Stop asking them to be your mommies and daddies. Be self-sufficient, self-sustainable, interdependent, right? I won't say codependent, but interdependent, right? Work with each other on the ground. That's where we're all at here at this point, it would seem. It doesn't seem like anything is going to completely turn back the hands of time on what this is. It seems that we're part of a worldly cycle here, no matter what we do. But that doesn't mean that we have to cooperate and comply and feed the beast, right? So the light age, dark age cycle is underway. There's not much we could do about it except learn from it. And it's almost as if we need it, because that's what's going to get us to decouple from this macro sort of delusion, hallucination, and start to live as a micro expression of the creative force, right? The universal law, the godly experience. So it seems that one aspect comes with the other, right? One follows the other. So 2x4. What's the 2x4? They're going to hit me over the head with a piece of wood, I guess. Brown's boy's down there. He's watching closely for NLP propagandist optics. Snafu Creature is down there, along with many of the regulars. Snafu Creature pursuing the Chaotic Truth Fellow. He does a live stream on here. You may see him in the algo from time to time. I was on there the other day. We had a great interaction. You know, I took some folks through some policy and code and some legal lawful, and they seemed shocked to find out a lot of the stuff that I was talking about wasn't just a pipe dream. You know, this is the real deal Holyfield. So he says, I wanted to bring that to you folks today. I prepared for that. I reached out to him. He took it down. He says to me on a live broadcast that he will be editing it and putting it back up. It doesn't look like his channel has an ability to put up videos. He doesn't have any other videos up other than live videos. I would hope that he's not going to lie to me, right? I would hope that he has no reason to, nor would he, for his own credibility, lie to me on a live broadcast. With that said, he literally pretty much did say that he was, in a sense, lying or doing a grand bit, non-bit here by even supporting Donald Trump and the right wing. It's bizarre, right? And doing this for years, I've started to realize Snafu Creature's in the back now. We'll give him a limited interaction here, but I've started to realize he's not as crazy as he sounds or looks or acts. You know, that there is something going on here, whether it's commercialized, right? It's corporatized, or it's a spiritual dynamic. A lot of, if not most of these folks, only willing to cover certain things. And when you bring the truth and force it into their broadcast, so to speak, they seem to be fascinated by it, entertained by it. They seem to be almost inspired by it, knowing on a subconscious level or a conscious level that what I'm putting forth and others are putting forth is true, but almost as if they've made a decision that this is not something they're going to pursue or explore or present even. Right. So what Snafu has said many times, you know, digital experience, Mike Stratton, all the rest of his narratives and buzzwords, there's something to this. I can't get any of the Andrew Wilsons, the Rotten Tomatoes, the Chaotic Truths, or the rest of these voting, tax-paying, wannabe or actual corporatists, right? The inauthentic corporate males and females. I can't get any of them to, with regularity, consistency, and clarity, cover these issues and the real issues behind what seem to be the real issues, right? They don't want to go there. You know, and then when I go there, it's, oh, this is interesting. This is entertaining. He's probably right. But yeah, it's not for us. It's Paulie Boy's rap. You know, he's a sovereign citizen and all that. So That's not going to help us. That's not going to work. That is where all the power and value is at. You folks won't cover it because this system has you convinced that by not covering it, you're going to get more numbers, and you might be right. And you're going to get more money, and you might be right. That doesn't make you right because you got more money and more numbers to push a lie. That means you are an agent of someone or something somewhere, whether you know it or not, whether you cop to it or not, it doesn't matter. And that's going to shape the world stage, right? On a micro and macro level. So just count on that, take that to the bank, bet on it, know it like you know your name. And if you neglect your obligations and your duty, not only to yourself, but to God, the truth, your fellow man and country, you will regret it. I have a feeling, okay? And if you don't know that by now, I feel like Biggie. If you don't know, now you know, nigga. If you don't know that by now, I don't know where the fuck you folks have been at. I guess what it really amounts to is Shaitan, the spirit of Shaitan that's moving heavy, heavier now than maybe we've seen in, I don't know, forever, maybe a few hundred years, few thousand years. Again, light age, dark age cycle. These folks need more self-chosen suffering to get to the space of enlightenment where they truly surrender to God and the truth and serve and let go of their grandiose visions of millions of views and millions of dollars and being able to sit next to Erica Kirk on the latest mainstream platform panel, that masquerades as the nouveau underground media, right? All these new podcasts being started. Everybody's nouveau media. Everybody's got a perspective and a take. And it's always the same recycled perspective and take over and over again. We never see or hear anything else outside of the conventional norm, which of course is mind and heart control, slavery, and genocide. Okay. And that makes sense because we know the word govern literally means control the mind. So it's working perfectly. These folks are not working for a living. They're not working for God. They're not working for their country. They're not serving themselves truly either, or their fellow man. They're willing to go along to get along and perpetuate the delusion and hallucination in order for all of us to feel better about the inevitable change that's not coming, because we have to be the change or it's all going to get worse. Okay. And then you're going to leave this shithole, blasphemous mockery, humiliation ritual that you call a country to your children to have to deal with, right? Like many of you selfish boomers. Okay. There's a lot of them that listen, oddly enough, this broadcast here, I got about from 20 to 65 plus is my metric. So that's pretty decent. About 15%. Then we got 10 and then a 30% on the 65 plus. So the majority of my audience here, oddly enough, is 65 plus, believe it or not. That to me is a metric that proves to me that I'm on the money here, because I got a bunch of old folks who are somewhat wise, who aren't necessarily like a lot of the other boomers that I talk about. So when I talk about classism or ageism, please don't take it personal, because it applies to you if you're that. If it doesn't, then leave it where I left it, okay? But a lot of these boomers, and again, this is an intergenerational thing, so I'm only picking on them because I have a gripe with my father and my uncles and, all the males in my family. Because, they're cowards and they lie to themselves and everyone else. And all they care about is money and bullshit status in the corporate world. They're not even good at that, by the way. It's amazing, right? That's all they care about. They're not even good at that. These people haven't even really done anything or achieved anything. They haven't gone anywhere, haven't led in any capacity. Okay. But let's not make it all about them. Snafu's flashing me in the background. He's chomping at the bit. I can't figure out if I'm using him or he's using me. Snafu, unofficial co-host. Your thoughts?
Well, I feel that since Daddy's plans kind of got cooked, that maybe he could do some cooking today. I see that Chaotic Truth does not, he's kind of lying, because let me educate Daddy about something. When you have StreamYard or OBS, it automatically saves the video into those programs, and which allows you to share through email those videos, or you could, cut it down. So he has the video, the original.
Sir, you don't even have to go there. I appreciate you looking out for him and giving him options, but this could have been very simple. When I asked him on the broadcast to send me the link, he could have just sent me the private link to the unredacted, uncensored broadcast.
Yes.
And then the onus would have been on me. The liability would have been on me. I would have restreamed it. The N-word was said, right? There was some other snafu, please. If you're gonna trigger me to talk, you gotta let me finish. I know this is hard for you. I know,
but let me finish real quick.
but I know.
Let me finish.
I know, but let me finish. How are you going to finish when I was finishing?
I got to finish, but you got to finish.
This is pretty much how every sexual interaction goes with women who I'm not really into or they're not really into me. I'm sort of doing a bit non bit. That's not true. I'm very good in the bedroom. It's one of the few things I am good at. I'd have to be, to even get someone or keep someone for a limited time, right? There really is no keeping when it comes to me and who I am and how I live, right? But whatever, I can't. I don't even, I have so much arrogance here and narcissism and ego. I couldn't even dare to do the bit, right? Just because I have enough bad press, right? I have enough shitty qualities. Why lie on my own dick and my own qualities to try to demean and to demean and devalue myself and be self-deprecating, right? I have plenty of other things I could go to talk about that. All right, Snafu, go ahead. You're going to finish.
So I was going to finish and say, well, since they're live right now, because I think, like you said, Pogo Optic, Damage Controls High, maybe you could cook live and just do a recook. Like put
I was doing that. And then you came in and started flashing me from the back like some Mardi Gras.
Right now. All I'm saying is, what if you went over there and recooked, put some stuff in the microwave?
Yeah, I guess I could, but then I have to kind of get in where I fit in, and then it feels like Paulie's taking over, and they let me take over the other day for like 2 hours straight. But I don't know. I guess the demeaning, devaluing, power-hungry slaves have like taught me not to like take over and be rude,
Yeah,
at least in my own area,
Yeah, the leftovers sometimes got to be thrown out. I get it. Okay.
Yeah. And then they're like, oh, we like this guy. He's interesting, but does he have to come in every day now and interrupt our slave chatter? And I get it. They're doing their own thing over there. Again, like M. Davis said, M. Davis is back. He's been riding with us from the beginning. He went over there for a while. He was there when I went over there, and he just snapped out of it. He goes, he writes down there, where is it? When Paul came over the other day, he pulled me out of the black hole. He also writes somewhere there that he says, I can't find it. He wrote, he goes, I don't know what I was doing or why I went over there with those slaves, but your interaction with them snapped me out of it, right? So that's kind of what I do. I love my online stepchildren here, but I don't love them so much that I keep them from their destiny, whatever that is. Everyone here is free to choose to do and be whatever they wish. Obviously, we're not running a cult here, like many have said. But there are times where I go other places and I have to drop these truth bombs and I have to shake things up. And then people are reminded why they came over here to ride with me in this truth to begin with and why they left wherever they were at, right? Regularly, because it just pales in comparison. No, I don't mean my very white skin. I mean, just this idea that I'm willing to talk unadulterated, truth, raw and uncut, like all the stuff they won't talk about and won't acknowledge because they're so deep in the mind and heart control. So it's just a reminder for people, and I like that process, right? I don't think that's egocentric or prideful. I think that's that verification of an inward validation, right? That when you walk with the truth, when you have a connection with God, when you serve that and prioritize that and put that above all else, people can feel that. They can see that. They can feel that. At least the ones with eyes to see and ears to hear and the heart to feel, right? And then they recognize that they're being used and abused everywhere else. See, these people don't care about you. I'm not saying that I'm overwhelmingly full of care with each individual person who comes here. I'm not the most romantic creature, if you haven't noticed. But I do care about the human experience, and I do see self as self. So by proxy, if I have to care about me, then I have to care about you to some level, to some extent. And more importantly, I care about the truth of who we are and what we're all going to do and be here, and why that matters, and why that's inspiring and empowering, and why if we don't do that, it's very uninspiring and disempowering. Okay. So I believe we need that in order to be true servants of God or servants of the people and or our country, our land, right? Without that, you're just another flash in the pan. You're just another grifter. And hey, we live in a world where the Christed being in scripture taught us this dynamic that the liars, the cheaters, the thieves, the grifters, the manipulators, the power hungry status fascist slaves are usually the majority. Right? The beings with the eyes to see and the ears to hear and the heart to feel usually walk alone or with very few as a power base, relatively, right, in comparison. But it can also be argued that at certain times in history, there is a wake-up call. So potentially we are there, right?
Well, there
More and more
always
each
has
time.
to be a catalytic event of sorts, right? Whether it's through the physical or spiritual in sense.
A series of events, really, is what it is.
Right. Yeah, I guess you're right.
So yeah, like the scripture reveals, right? The first shall be last, the last shall be first. So Paulie Boy stays in his lane. He serves God and the truth. He gives that to the people. He enjoys infotainment and entertaining on some level, or just doing what he's formed to do. That's what it feels like. I'm speaking in the third person. I'm going full Talcott today. You know, why not? I try to do a third person analysis of myself and then look back at myself and analyze myself and speak about myself as if I'm not myself, if that makes sense. So, yeah, the more we go along here, the more we have some catalyzing events, series of events, the more and more people are going to go, hey, that crazy guy, sovereign citizen, doesn't want to comply and cooperate, isn't nice, kind, and polite, is onto something here about where our true power and value is. Okay. And he's not a bully and a meanie, and he's not jealous and envious because he's calling out all the rest of the grifters, the fascists, the statists, and the cowards. They all kind of go hand in hand, right? If you're a coward, you're not going to talk truth because you're going to be shadow banned, or you're not going to get pushed by certain other folks who are big in this, right? And if you do get pushed by certain folks who are big in this, they're going to decouple from you at some point because you're not pushing the mainstream statist, fascist, collectivist, cowardly narrative. We see that over and over again. You know, and dare you try to compel them to stop doing what they're doing and do what they know is right, they'll definitely leave you in the dust. Because in their mind, you're the idiot, right? Paulie Boy's the idiot. Why wouldn't you? Paulie, you're a good speaker. You can talk. People are entertained by your faces and hand movements, right? You can keep people engaged. Why not push the bullshit cowardly narrative and get more numbers and make more money? I don't have the heart to do it. I'm sorry. I really don't. I'd love to. You know, my flesh would love big numbers and lots of cash. My heart, my spirit says you can't do that. You're selling out. It's better to go work at fucking Dairy Queen if you have to, you know, and claim tax exempt on the forms, and put in a hard day's work if you have to make a living, and get it the long way, right? Paulie Long Way. That's my new nickname. Rather than to
sounds
take
like
the
a
short
Coney
and
dog
easy
at
way
Dairy
out.
Queen.
The Paulie Long Way. That's my
a Coney dog at Dairy Queen.
Yeah, that's
The
my new
Paulie
hot
Long Way?
dog combo. Right.
Oh,
But
man.
again, this is a throwback to archetypal ethics, logic, morals, and values, right? Sometimes you got to go the long way, and you got to go the path less traveled, and you have to go it alone or with fewer folks in order to get to the real, the powerful, the true, the valuable. If not, you're on the side of the majority. And when you're on the side of the majority, it's time to pause and reflect, because you're probably in ignorance and arrogance. Go ahead, sir.
Well, I was just going to say, like, okay, so you saw what I did the other day. I went in after you were cooking, and I went in and actually was real professional with Chaotic Truth with the question as I was asking, you know, kind of piggybacking off some of the stuff you were going. And now he won't release this stuff without editing it. But you said yourself, unless we go with the narratives or the agendas in play, you know, you couldn't live with yourself, you know, doing that. And that's what I'm saying, to edit, to hide truth, which is happening on a larger scale within ourselves, right? We're hiding the truths within ourselves. We're not being accountable within, so to speak. And I see that happening more and more on a daily basis, including myself.
Yeah,
You know,
I'm the guy. When I was 19, I stood up in court. My father said, "You're out of your mind. Why don't you get an attorney?" I said, he was willing to pay for it and everything. I said, no, I have to learn this. I have to be accountable. I'm not willing to lie or be a part of lying to get out of trouble, right? So if I'm not willing to fucking lie or bullshit or manipulate after a certain point in my life, I decided that, right? And it was a practice and a path at the beginning. That was one of my beginning stages, right? If I'm not willing to play the game, so to speak, to avoid go into a box, which I later wound up, first I went to jail. Then I went on probation. Then I violated, went to jail. Then I got arrested again. And then when I stood for myself and talked the truth, I wound up with 28 days rehab. But these were drug-related offenses at the time. As we know, it's been over 10 years, nothing but plants and herbs, no more pills and powders. But yeah, man, again, this is part of a spiritual awakening. At a certain point, I decided I'm going to practice courage and serve the truth. If I'm not going to do that to avoid months and years in a jail cell, I'm definitely not going to do it in order to benefit and gain off ill-gotten gains and what I don't deserve, right? So again, it's not about how great I am. I'm just a regular guy, an ordinary man pursuing extraordinary knowledge, right? And attempting to serve God and my true self in the process.
Well,
And I think we need more of that out here, right? It doesn't have to be nice, kind, and polite. It doesn't have to be pretty. It doesn't even always have to be right. There just has to be the practice and the attempt, right, to move into that, to be an honor able, good faith individual. And the more and more of those individuals we have, the more we're going to have a collective of honorable, courageous, good faith individuals. And that's when America and the world are going to be great again, because that's what we come from, and that's what made it great, and that's what we're missing, and that's why we're a bunch of weak, cowardly, pathetic, mind and heart controlled slaves who won't stand for what's true and what's right, and won't leave a few numbers and some dollars on the table in order to stand and serve God in your country. That's a fucking problem. So again, we're back to JFK's speech before they blew his head off. Ask not what you can, or excuse me, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. Okay? And yourself and God and all the rest of it, because it goes hand in hand. Go ahead, Snafu.
Well, I was just thinking, and I'm not trying to speak for you, but I remember you saying this, and it aligned with what I've said. You know, I made the decision a long time ago. I could have sold out. I could have been fucking doing it up, you know, Marfugo pogoed up or whatever. Who knows what the path is? But I just couldn't do it. Couldn't live with myself. Same with like the TOS. But I remember you said something, which I've been there, to where you even were authentic enough to say, who knows what the future has? You even said one day, you're like, who knows? I might just wake up one day and say, this is all not worth it, and say, fuck it, and just turn it off and quit doing what I'm doing, and, you know, whatever. And see, that's the authentic in you when I say we got to reach in our inner selves and be real about shit. And that when you said that, because I know where you're at, I know that you are in the foxhole, you're down, blah, blah, blah. But you were so authentic with yourself that you're like, you never know. You never know. Life could change an instant. I could be like, fuck this shit, blah, blah. And see, that's what I'm talking about when we were talking about inner self being like completely trying to be honest within ourselves, even on a public mess. And I think that's an issue, including myself. We have problems calling the optics out of the dirty shit, you know?
Yeah, well, part of the issue is that it's almost impossible to get folks to be a part of as well. And I'm not victiming or really complaining. I'm just kind of calling it out for what it is. What I'm doing and what some of us here are doing would be way more successful, and so would this broadcast, if people took an actual interest in setting a goal to be a part of serving in whatever way possible, right? So if everybody decided on Facebook that they were going to share this out and link it to, see, I can't even get them to do that. Not only can I not get them to do that, they come on my page and they steal memes that I create, original memes, and they post them as their own, and they give no credit, right? So I get it, because I do the same thing sometimes. But again, there has to be a decision at a certain point whether folks want to join this and co-create with me and be the face of it and be a part of it, or do the work on the side and then promote me or what I do here, in a sense, as the face of it to compete with the other folks out there, right? So this is what I found. Truthers, people who say they want rights and freedoms, all the rest of it, they're too rebellious and they're too egocentric to push people's platform and to share their content, because they want to be right all the time and they want to be in charge. And that's why your statist, fascist, corporatist buddies all have followings, because their sheep slave push their stuff. Right? Their sheep slaves have none of their own mind. They're just led by their emotion. They just want to be part of something, and they will share and retweet and blast the stuff out, right? Charlie Kirk stuff blasted out hundreds and thousands of times by a bunch of statist fascist sheep slaves. Just like voting for masters. There's no shortage of sheep slaves who show up to the polls to cast votes, to elect people, to represent them. Right? But ask these truthers who are supposedly about what's true and what's right, empowerment, inspiration, and co-creation, ask them to post your stuff, to repost it, to send it out, right? To give credit where it's due. You know, they're not going to do it.
Or if I may, and this is what I wanted to share with all you guys, you should look at, like, we look at Jack Talcott and the story of, or even you, and like I've even told Lou Bass, oh, you guys have connections, you guys could do shit if you wanted to, none of you are doing it. I saw this guy named Titus Morris, and he's like a Jack Talcott, but a million times worse. He started off as an Amish, non-Amish fucktard, innocent as fuck. Some guy went online, put him online, and then of course he found some crazy bitch. And the next thing you know, he's like, he has millions of dollars coming in. He's building a fake church, but not church that hasn't been up. You know, he has like, there's all kinds of like YouTube drama now, but Titus Morris, and it's like, it was a jack that got what he wanted. He got the followers, got the money, built, you know, took a look him up, dude. And it's sad because I see real communities that could make an impact, real people who are making an impact. And you're right. I see where it is like the lone wolf in a sense, but it's like you're reaching out saying, hey, motherfuckers, we can do shit. And you see more organization with the pogos or the scammers or the grifters or the fucktards out there than you do see with the quote real
They
one.
buy all their crap. They share out all their media. They buy all their tapes and share it out and record it. They show up at the events. They're on the ground. They're protesting, holding signs. That's why what they do is known worldwide. I don't care who they are, pick them, because their people are unified in their slavery and genocide and their mind control. They're unified in their action and in their call to action, right? I'm lucky if I can get a handful of people on here to acknowledge the food and water's poison. They're paying tax to use their own property. Maybe we should get together and get some fucking land and start a community. Can't get them to do it.
And that's what this Titus Mortis dude is doing, but he's all about scamming and he's a guru, like doing the whole preaching jack. I'm telling you guys, it's like Jack Talcott times a million. Just look Titus Morris story up on YouTube. But that's what I'm saying. I see people like Paul and shit, and then I see these fucktards like this guy Titus, where he's doing Jack Talcott and building his like cult.
It can be testing and challenging, but here's where we pivot. I can call it out and speak it, but there's no victims here. There's only victors. And what God is asking of me is to go it alone or with very few, produce a result, build it, and they will come.
Right. But
So I'm not uninspired by that. Again, it only creates an opportunity to me to look at it as a test and a challenge and to just do and be and have better. And I suspect if I do that, I will be wherever I'm meant to be with who I'm meant to be there with and whatever I'm meant to have.
Do you think that's a selfishness within us? Like, so like we look at the organizational skills with the pogos or the fucktards or the cupcakes, and then you look at people who, you know, like for instance, whether we cupcake or not, or whether we like them or not, it's like, yo, motherfucker, if we were to really organize and, you know, build tiny homes, do the land, you know, just in general, whether you're involved or not, or just whatever, which of course you don't see. You see more organization with the guru fucks like we talked about. What is that? Is that a selfishness within, like you said yourself, the truthers, or however you want to label it, are just like, what do you think that is? Because
you could argue that. You could argue it's ego or selfishness on my end to an extent. But I mean, for the way I see it is, it's selfish to be selfless. I'm a representation of a thing, an idea, right? And the idea would be or should be, and again, it's not because of the world we live in. This is where spiritually you have to reconcile it. But you would think with what you see out there and the attention that these folks are getting and the funding and all the rest of it, that me and what I do would be at the top of that list because of why it's powerful and valuable and important and why it makes a difference, right? But again, we live in inversion land. So it's just not going to go that way, right? And you can argue spiritually more is going to be expected of me because I can't get on here and bullshit and lie and pay to put a background up and put lights up and pretend to be something I'm not, right? Or be who I am, but be demeaned and devalued when it comes to the purpose, right? So it really just comes down to how I choose to see it, even if it's not that way completely, is more is asked of me. If I'm going to claim to serve the truth and serve God and be a flagship here, then more is going to be asked of me. I'm just going to have to do more and be more to have more, right? You have to establish credibility, especially with this group, right? So there's a give and take. If you want Unslavians and you want people who have a vision and have a heart and want to do what's right, they're going to expect way more credibility and action on the ground from me in order to contribute in any way. So I have to respect that, right? But on the other side, absolutely, it's a selfishness. It comes back to my freedom movement. If you can see, this is how the masters, the occultists, how they get what they want or what they need. They understand the psychology of the public and they exploit that. They know that if they use certain presentments and emotions and ideas, they can get the majority of lemming slaves to latch onto their cause and then support it, right? So all it amounts to the individual is the individual really believes that if they give money or they contribute or help build something with these pogos, as you call them, that they're going to have a better life some way, somehow, which is fine if it was truth, right? As we know, it's not. It's a deception, right? Erica Kirk just started a GoFundMe. She's going to get $6 million. And she's on every podcast and given access to every podcast, while the pogo tards claim we are Charlie Kirk, right?
It's like, for instance, I see this guy, like I said, I keep bringing this Titus Morrison, which you got to look into the story, Paul. It's crazy. He's a Jack Talcott. And then the people started donating to million. He made up to million. And of course, he's a scammer and a grifter and doing his church, but he's doing the whole land thing. They're out there. They got their culted ones going out, blah, blah. And then you look at people who are like, man, we ain't even doing the cult. We're just talking about freedom, people, and just the thinking. And I do agree. You are the idea and the spark, the head tip with many people on that tip, helping. And I do feel, though, that it's crazy to see that you could see these pogos or these grifters, and they got the support of the community because of false entertainment, false like spiritual development, well, just whatever it is. And then I see people who are spitting the shit, the fire of truth, and I see the suppression not only in the DX but also within the community of whether it deeper down it comes to, as you said, selfishness within ourselves, or the other one, like the lone wolf ideal, so to speak. Because I get that and I understand that, and I'm about the lone wolf in a sense, trust no one, so to speak. But but I also understand community is unity, and numbers run in packs, so to speak. So I get where you have to be very careful too. The wheat and tear, you don't want the motherfucker going through your water rations, taking that shit or whatever it is, but I do feel that it's crazy watching communities like yours. And for years, you got all these people who are got connections, doing the thing, and then you watch people like this Titus Morrison and Jack Talcott, and like this Titus Morrison, thank God Jack's never achieved that. But it's like, man, if the communities came together, like these pogos or these fucktards on YouTube, and Paul's community especially, or others involved, the amazing things they could do, unbelievable. And yet we're all holding each other back in a sense, or something's holding it back from.
Well, it's a conscious awareness thing too, right? Again, you saw last week when my broadcast is not interfered with, what we do on numbers and subscribers. And we saw this week what it's looking like now. See the game, we can see the difference, right? We can see the game. So we know what this is spiritually. It's just more tests and challenges for me to do the next right thing, to provide something for people to get behind, or just to replicate, right? Because at the end of the day, I also have to sit with this idea or this realization that nothing is promised here. I'm not owed anything. I'm not entitled to anything, So there's a good chance that if I have everything I need and then some, that I have whatever's meant to be at this time, and more as we go forward. And this is a long game, right? So,
but then did you say yourself, like the goal is for you independently get
listen, I'm not. I know how it's going to come off, and I still talk about it because I just have to be real about the dynamics. If nothing else, to talk myself out of certain things and into other things, remind myself and other people of things. Because yes, as a man with flesh, watching, and again, this is where that's your first mistake: watching other people and making judgments. See,
do you think there's ever a time though, like where we as a society will go back to that, I guess, that inner self-reflection of that's you, I guess, like whereas right now it's so much just the finger pointing, do you think that we as a race like are going to go in that self-reflection mode of, hey, I could be that guy, like what you guys talked about?
I reflect on it all the time, and then I have to go the next level and say, let's say tomorrow I had all the turning point funding and numbers and opportunities and push. Is that really what this movement, non-movement needs? Is that really what it's about? Is to be on the side of the majority, right? I may have to just accept that I'm never going to be for the majority. They're never going to be for me. I'm never going to quite hit what other people on here who may be less talented, as if talking is a talent, this is what they tell me. I'm just repeating it, right? Because people will come to me at times and they go, you seem like a good speaker and like you're talented. You have the facts and you can just speak extemporaneously. And it makes sense. We're engaged. Why are you not sponsored? Why are you not funded? Why is there not more audience engagement, right? When we see the alternatives of who and what is out there, right? And I go, well, on one level, it's an interference modality with the algorithm and with certain groups, right? They don't want to see certain people in certain positions. And it's a spiritual dynamic, right? Because again, I could see this as the devil or the people with the ways of the world want to keep people like me from being out front like they are. It could also be a godly thing, as I've had to concede too many times, because I know myself and I know my flesh, and I look around and I see these people, and then I have to wonder, if I had all that and I was given all that, could I really manage that? Would I not become corrupted? Would I not stray from my path?
Would it corrupt
Would
the
I
message?
not stray from my path and be less powerful and valuable and entertaining and inspiring because I've been given everything now in and of the world, and I have less to work toward? I have less hunger. I have less fire. My values, my principles, my creativity, so to speak, whatever that's worth, takes a back seat, right? So I've concluded that is one of the main reasons why things are the way they are. Not only because the devil is working in these venues and in my life, but because God is working. And it's basically asking of me, Paulie boy, are you going to do this for the right reasons? You're never going to get what they get because they're never going to be for you and what you're getting too. And if they are, well, great, then they cross over. If not, you're going to have to be the example for yourself and for others, and nothing is guaranteed with that, right? That's being a man, you know. So again, my flesh finds it testing and challenging. Comparison is the thief of joy. When I look around and I see these folks who can't put two words together in a sentence, who act like dead fishes on camera, who have no energy, or the ones who do have energy are spouting nonsense and supporting slavery, and they're the biggest cowards ever, right? They don't actually stand for creating any solutions or even speaking the solutions. I have to just surrender that that's the ways of the world, and that even if I think I want that or I'm entitled to that, God makes that final call. And it may be making that call for my own good, right? Because it's really not what it's all about, you know? But yes, there are times where I am tested and challenged by that, if not my own sort of, I guess, greed or pride or selfishness, by this idea that it amazes me, and it almost is a disrespect to me and what I do, that these people have so many other slaves behind them pushing their media, their garbage, their narrative, supporting them, you know, and what they do. And it's all hollow and empty and meaningless, right? So again, then it comes back to, like I said, I have to take responsibility and accountability. If I want or need more of that, then guess how you get that as a man? By doing and being and creating to have more, right? Nothing is promised, nothing is entitled. And thus far, I'm thankful and grateful and blessed because I have everything I need and then some. You know, what I do here now, and this is where you really have to keep yourself in line. What I do here now, for me at one point in my life, would have only been a pipe dream, right? And it's very easy for us to take things for granted and get used to the situation that is a blessing, and then to want more and more and more, or think that you deserve more, right? And again, the chief impetus for this is basically moments like this last week or so, when and this is why the devil is good at what it does, you know, playing with me in its own way to test me on what I'm about, and to either distract or deceive, you know. So watching the numbers up, watching the chat have new engagement, watching people come over with different beliefs and changing their mind, right? I get addicted to that. I'm into that. You know, if it's not the contributions and support or whatever else, it's the whole thing, right? So yes, it irks me. It bugs me. It's something that for 3 or more years now has been very testing and challenging for me. And I would guess that the devil is doing its work to get me to serve God. And one of the ways I can serve God is by letting go at times. You know, I've had to almost accept that however this algorithm works, physically, technologically, spiritually, it has something to do with who I am and how I'm showing up. It almost seems as if when I show up on the days and weeks where I just don't care anymore, you know, I don't care about money and numbers or whatever else. I'm just thankful and grateful and blessed and here to serve. That's when everything goes right. You know, when I put my attention on it and I hold an idea about it, that's when it fucks me, it seems. You know, so there is potentially something on the quantum level, but it would be nice, if nothing else, to just be able to come here regularly, do my broadcast, have notifications go out, be in the algorithm, and get whatever is meant for me and others technologically, right? But then the final word goes to whoever, whatever is the God of creation, it seems. And it seems that it has a plan for me, and when I don't follow it, I don't get what everyone else gets. Now, you could look at that as a detriment. You could look at that as God saying, you know, we're all his children or its children, so to speak, but it has certain ideas about what certain ones are here to do and not do. So I won't say that God plays favorites, but God may have determined that I, as one of his children, am not special, but I have something special here to do in comparison to the rest of them. And it has decided that Paulie only gets certain things up to a certain point when Paulie does what he's supposed to do. If he tries to play games or skirt the issue or take shortcuts, he not only doesn't get shit, he gets shit on. And I need that, right? I'm not a victim. I've learned who and what I am and what my issues here are and what I need, whether I like it or not. See, oftentimes getting what you need is getting the opposite of what you want or what you like. Because this thing's got to keep me and everybody else honest who it has a plan for, right? If not, we'll be way off the reservation. All right, let me get to it. You know, why shouldn't I vent a little bit and complain? Poor me, right? You know, as if I got it so bad in life. You know, let's really get real here. But yeah, at times I long for the algorithm, the sweet algorithm, and the the trolls and the statists and the fascists and the real interaction. You know, I enjoy that. I live for that. As a born entertainer, you know. So, hey, if I really love that and I live for that and I want more of that, well, then all that means is I got to find a solution. And I've already found a solution and I haven't put up. You know, I'm such a cheap Italian fuck that I could have everything I need and then some. And you know, I just won't do the extra work and spend the extra cash to put up the billboard to defeat the technological algorithm with a physical algorithm. You know, maybe I should do that. I should run a billboard ad a month straight, pay the $2,000, and we can bring in audience through that. And again, not that it really matters because we have 10,000 coming up on 10,000 subscribers from 5,000 probably about 2 years ago. And on days like this and other days when the algo is not allowing me, it doesn't matter how many subscribers and whatever. So B System knows what it's doing. It's keeping everybody in their place. And so is God on different levels, it seems. All right, let me go over the... I got 27 subs and I think half are feds. Well, you think Brown's Boy thinks everyone's a fed. Maybe just play your flute to your own tune and walk. Well, that's what I've been doing. Again, it's just the competitive side of me that wants to win. It's the same side of me that at 12 years old on the baseball field used to tell my teammates that they were engaged in a pathetic showing, and that if as a group we were going to lose, it's because they didn't do what they were supposed to do, or the game is rigged. Because we later found out there's not much you could do to rig the baseball game, but we later found out the coaches were lying during meetings and playing power games and all the rest of it. So this crap goes on in every circle for me in my life from the beginning of time. And folks will say it's my paranoid projection. I don't believe that's what it is. You know, at the end of the day, it's like, you know, you can't deny what is. So what they say it is and how they cook the books and the numbers and play power games doesn't change what is, right? So again, it changes the perception of what is, and most people are owned by that. You know, they're not interested in what it is; they're interested in the perception of what it is. So if you can control that, then you can control the people. It's really all it amounts to. But yeah, let's get to some clips here. I'll do some audience engagement if we got it, if it's needed. Okay, I'm not seeing much here. A lot of sort of not much to do anything with, put it that way. I was referring to getting out there on other stages, fields, and belting out your notes. Well, yeah, that is the next layer of this. It has been that for a while. I've not taken that opportunity, and I have my own reasons that may just be excuses. But moving forward in whatever this is, we will intend, and intend means you must do more of that, right? So I get that. You know, I've intuitively felt that at a certain point that we got to shake things up, mix things up, come at this a different way, and you know, chase some novelty in some senses, right? And again, maybe I won't, and I'm just making an excuse, right? Hold me accountable. You know, when I heal up and I feel better and feel more like myself, and can practice some more courage, you know, and moving into different arenas, I will do that. You know, that is my intention. But at this point, you know, with the pains in my sides and whatever else I'm feeling and issues, that's just taking precedence over everything else. You know, I wake up and go to bed and live my whole day with pains, you know, that are not just normal aches and pains, right? It's like organ issues and other stuff. And this is where Lubass sends me another email about eating blood and meat, right? So yeah, I'm looping, I'm reiterating, but it is what it is. So I'm not going to go somewhere and attempt. I'm already, you know, pushing myself, believe it or not, to do these broadcasts every 4 days, you know, because my spirit is willing and inspired, but my body oftentimes is not. And the pain just becomes an overall distraction and detriment to who I am and what I'm doing. So, hell, it may be that God or the devil or just biology forcing me or telling me to get away from all of it. You know, I've entertained that broadcasting in media, while I may have a purpose here, you know, I may enjoy it or love it. It may not be for me long term. You know, it's just not what I'm meant to do. I'm not fully accepting that. I've toyed with the idea because that's what happens, right? When you have extreme tests and challenges, you try to look for what it is God, the universe, self really wants from self. You know, and what is meant to be here. Am I forcing or pushing something? Am I engaging in something that is not ultimately meant to be? You know, and I have that same sort of perspective on relationships and careers and pretty much everything. Maybe I'm just too deep in my own imagination sometimes, man. Gotta let go and choose love. Peace is available. We shall see. Take some reishi. I'm taking it all, sir. Go ahead and go down the list of things I should take because I've literally have it all right there on the table. I can go grab it if you'd like. Doing it all, I've done it all, taking it all. And again, there does seem to be improvements little by little over a long enough stretch of time. So again, another experience, just like the algorithm, just like careers, just like getting land, just like relationships, all just tests and challenges for me to do the next right thing, be faithful, surrender the rest, check my pride and ego, and be thankful and grateful for whatever it is that I do have or have access to, right? So, yeah, I think that's definitely a big theme. Red 40 is here now. Good to see you. All the regulars, the usuals, the familiars, so to speak. Let's get some clips here. I'm too busy babbling and whining and complaining and venting to my non-algorithmic audience. You know, when the regulars here, that's what I feel that I can do that. I go, fuck the broadcast. I'm just going to complain once again and loop and vent. You know, as if I'm a victim and I'm so put upon. You know, I personally get sort of buggy if I eat too much meat. Okay, we're doing dietary stuff. Venting is not fun, Bear Jew. It's ultimately a distraction from what I'm here to do, right? Or what I say I'm here to do. It's a distraction from this guy who's going to cover a case that I haven't heard about. Oddly enough, you would think with everything, with these algorithms and everything going on, but maybe that's precisely the idea. We're so focused on Charlie and Epstein and all the rest, we're not hearing about these other stories. So we got a sheriff who apparently shot a judge because the judge reportedly, again, keep me honest, the judge was reportedly engaged in some form of coercion and sex trafficking with inmates. And again, I haven't confirmed or denied this. I can't confirm or deny this. Anything's possible, and it wouldn't surprise me. I'll just put it to you like that. So the video's out there. Sheriff killing a judge because apparently judge was using the system to sexually abuse inmates and take power over them and play power games. Another perfect reason why, if human beings are not angels, they're not fit to govern. You know?
Has obtained a video release from the incident involving Letcher County, Kentucky Sheriff Sean Mickey Steins allegedly shooting and killing District Judge Kevin Mullins in his chamber. If you remember, back in September, this incident happened at the Letcher County Courthouse. Newside's Liam Bridgman, who's been following this story since the very beginning, joins us live in studio with that video. Liam.
That's right, Casey. This new video shows the minutes leading up to the death of District Judge Kevin Mullins, including Sheriff Mickey Steins asking for Mullins' phone. I was also able to get some insight from a former prosecutor, now defense attorney Tim Horn. Take a look. Surveillance footage from inside of Mullins' chamber shows the judge speaking with a group of people back on September 19th. According to the video's timestamp, Steins enters the judge's chambers at 2:39 p.m. Within the minute, the room clears, leaving the pair alone. For nearly 10 minutes, Steins and Mullins seem to be having a normal conversation, but with no audio in the footage, we don't know what they talked about. At around 2:48, Steins makes a video call to an individual, and then again 1 minute later. It looks like the second call does not go through. Then Steins appears to ask for Mullins' phone while looking at a contact on his own phone. Steins then unlocks Mullins' phone and makes a call. That's when things change. Steins gets up from his chair, reaches for his gun, and fires multiple times. I spoke with former prosecutor, now defense attorney Tim Horn. He spoke from both perspectives after watching the video.
I noticed that the sheriff got up, he locked the door. I think that's a very key moment as a former prosecutor, what's important to me, because he's keeping that judge there and he's not allowing anyone else to come in.
I also asked Horn about the defense's possibility to plead insanity.
I think there's a partial plausible explanation of diminished capacity. But as a defense lawyer, I'm also thinking that he had an opportunity to walk away. He didn't. He closed the door.
But Horn says without audio in the video, there are still questions that need to be answered.
The video doesn't lie. And when it's coupled with audio, it's the best evidence that you'll ever have. The jury gets to look at it through their lens as it occurs and form their own opinion without the persuasiveness of individual testimony. The video just is what it is.
You can see Horn's full interview on our WCYB YouTube page.
Liam, thank you very much.
Right. So is this a sort of microscopic incident, or is this part of a macro breakdown in society? Everything's in quotes, law and order, right? And I could contend that potentially that is the case, that we're over the past however many years and more into the future, we're just seeing a complete breakdown in supposed law and order, because we don't have law and order anymore. We have legalism run rampant, and these corporatist, inauthentic corporate males, right? These folks in these positions of the legalism society think they can be and do whatever they want to do as long as they can lie their way in and out. Okay, so more and more we're potentially seeing good men or men who want to be good having to do some bad or ugly things in order to stop this movement in consciousness or lack thereof, right? Because that's really what it is. We have two movements right now. There's always a dualistic component to this reality, it seems. We got a movement of ignorance and arrogance and unconsciousness. It's just like, maybe it's always been that way from the beginning of time, right? And then we have this other movement of more conscious and aware. Hey, this is wrong. This is not right. Something's going on here. Why is this happening? Why are we not having resolution and remedy, right? And then, of course, once you get to that point, it's a hop, skip, and a jump to chaos taking over, right? And it seems whoever, whatever is behind the chaos as a spirit or as a group profiteers off this. Let's put everything in position and build it to be a complete breakdown of law and order so that it goes to ultra chaos, seemingly worldwide, so that the people cry out for something to be done. And then, of course, as always, problem, reaction, solution, something is brought in, right? The someones with the something is brought in. So we're right on time. It's perfect in its imperfection, it seems. And I would say you're going to see a lot more of this. So don't get whipped up into the chaos and the frenzy is my advice or my perspective that I'm taking. Don't allow the anger and the resistance to what is to create this vitriol where you start to act out. If anything, just leave. And I get it. It's hard for that sheriff to confront that his wife and daughter were fucked by a judge after being put into incarceration, as the story goes. Can't confirm this, and I won't deny it. But as the story goes, the sheriff found that his wife and or daughter were involved with this judge, and the judge was using the system to take women in the community, put them in jail, and then bribe them. You'll have sex with me, and you'll be part of these Diddy parties, as the story goes. Or we're going to give you the max time. Okay? So, hey, newsflash, Mr. Sheriff. If you weren't involved with this corruption, see, this is what I love. I don't really love it, but this is where that part of me goes, you got exactly what you deserve. See, I don't love that, but I don't like it, but I have to love it because it's part of the creational dynamic, right? So if you weren't locking people up every day for this judge and others, this judge, as if a man can be another man's judge beyond a certain point, beyond discernment. So if you weren't locking people away every day under the orders of these folks in costume, maybe that wouldn't have happened to your woman and child. I'm just saying. See how it works? Maybe if you fucking took a stand early on, do the hard things while they're still easy because they just get harder as time goes on. Maybe if you took a stand and asked some questions and applied yourself and brought remedy or resolution, you wouldn't have had to experience that. I'm just positing an idea, right? I'm just proposing an idea spiritually and physically on how this all works. So, as soon as Big Daddy Sheriff has his wife and daughter molested in some shape, form, or fashion, now it becomes real. Now the whole dynamic changes, right? No, it doesn't. It was always real. It was always there right in front of your face. You were always serving it. And when you get paid to serve it, everything's fine and dandy till the devil wants its payment back in blood. See? Now everybody wants to cry and complain. Now everybody's got a problem with it. Well, you had to see it up close and personal so you could really get it, is all that is. So here's an idea. Stop cooperating and complying. Come out of her, my people. Leave Babylon with the Pharisees and Sadducees. Or if you're going to take a fucking check to show up there every day, how about you be honorable and good faith and hold these people accountable and take them to task? Because that's what the fuck you signed up to do anyway. I don't care what they tell you. You better hope I don't ever get some motivation on me to go do more in other senses, to go become a sheriff or a bailiff or any one of these positions, because I'm just going to be in there all day going, no, this is wrong. You're not supposed to be doing that. I don't care what you all think of me. I don't mind, obviously, making a fool out of myself and embarrassing myself for what I believe is true and what's right, or at least what's entertaining. I don't give a fuck. The alternative is I'm in bed with you. I'm a part of this. This is even more embarrassing and pathetic. To be sitting in a courtroom full of other men in goofy ass costumes, strapped up to the gills like you're going to go to war, and won't even raise your fucking voice at these clowns and their false authoritarian system. You won't even fucking challenge them and question them on it. You deserve everything you get. The shame is that the devil comes to your children and your women to get to you because you're so fucking soul broken and heartbroken. You can't care about what's true and what's right till it fucking takes something from you. I would know that walk. I'm not saying I'm separate from it. I'm not saying I'm outside of this dynamic. And because I'm not, I can talk about it. Because the same thing I just talked about is true for me, is true for everyone else here. You want to ignore what's true and what's right? You don't want to do what's true and what's right? You don't want to pipe up, shape up, or ship out? Well, then something's got to be taken from you. Some fucking pain's got to be felt in order for us all to get our fucking act together, right? That's what we learn in this realm. And oftentimes, if the devil can't get to you or God can't get to you because you're so heartbroken and soul broken, it's going to get to whatever's next to you, make you feel it. So now maybe we'll think twice. Maybe the other sheriffs around there, right? Doesn't it, the scripture talk about some tale of, you know, the wheat has to be chopped and hit the ground and die in order for the seeds to spread to make thousands more? Hey, that's what's going on here. Unfortunately, in a godless society of legalistic, cowardly clowns, sometimes women got to get killed and raped for everybody to wake the fuck up and get back to archetypally who and what we're meant to be. Okay? It's unfortunate, but it's the way that this simulation goes and plays out, and it really can't be any other way. Makes sense if you don't feel about it. I was going to say don't think about it, but if you stop feeling about it and just see it as cause and effect, it makes perfect sense. Weak men create hard times create strong men create good times, on and on with the cycle. Which part of the cycle you think we're at right now? Easy to tell. I'll answer the rhetorical question for you. We're surrounded by weak fucking cowards. We probably are that on some level. We're going to have to get our asses in gear and get right, or we're going to get left on a cosmic level. See? So I'm not interested in the crying and complaining. I'm not interested in the sentiment. I'm interested in the cause and effect and how we're going to be the change and bring the solution to stop this behavior from coast to coast. So I know there's some cops in the audience today. I know that they watch me and listen to me. They've admitted it. They won't type or interact because they're punk fucking cowards at the core. Okay? It's amazing how they have so many weapons on them and they lock people up all day, every day, and half the time show up to court and they can't even fucking talk when they're at court, let alone in my court here, right? But that's okay. You're watching, you're listening. I'm influencing you subtly, subconsciously, because the truth is more powerful than the lie that you live. Okay, so come out of her, my people. Do what's true and what's right, or this same fate is going to befall you and those around you, and you're going to have no one to blame but yourself and the devil inside. Right? Because you've decided to delude and deceive yourself to think it's all okay and it's all going to be okay if you all just go along to get along. Okay? So just think of that. Every time you go to the store or wherever else and you cash your fucking check that you got from ill-gotten gains, way more than you're worth, by the way, while some other poor soul with a purity of heart works day in and day out to actually create something and build something for a quarter of what you get paid. You get paid to do slavery and genocide. Well, isn't that cute and special? See how it comes back on you and your progeny tenfold. And don't come crying to me when that day comes, because I can't save you. I can't help you. I'm lucky if I can do that for myself. Because everything I just said about you is true for me. And if I don't do it, I'm fucked as well. Okay? We're all in the same boat here. We're all in this together. Snafu on a return trip. Your thoughts, Snafu creature?
Yeah, I was just listening to what you said. I brought 3 optics if you're going over news and stuff. So I just listening to what you said. I dropped them in your backstage.
All right. We'll allow Snafu here some limited optics.
I mean, we can go on after you're done. I mean, I'm still like, this is good stuff. So I'm just kind of chilling out. I just brought some interesting optics to the table since we're going over news and articles.
Oh, so Erica Kirk was in a music video called "She's My Kind of Crazy." So the actress has made the rounds, huh?
There's messaging.
Yeah, when she wasn't working for Donnie to take her clothes off like the whore that she is. And again, this is just living in Babylon in the modern day realm, right?
Notice the numbers as she's swinging on that swing.
We're not allowed to talk about this because Paulie Boy's judgmental and rude, and how dare he project onto this grieving widow while she's laughing and giggling, doing the Look at Me podcast tour, taking over Turning Point and asking for $6 million in donations while she's draped in gold and silver with Masonic rings on all of her fingers. We're not allowed to talk about it.
Yeah.
Because we're going to be controlled. We're going to be mind and heart controlled by sentiment and emotion. When it's obvious what we're dealing here, if Charlie was killed and all you want to say, I am Charlie Kirk, there's a good chance this broad is a honeypot agent who was inserted in there to play a part in a role and transition after the assassination was completed. So I don't cop to that because I don't know that. I don't believe that. But if it is the case, it's all right there. And guess who's most likely behind it? Guess who's most likely behind it as a state of? Because these folks, these corporations called state of, are notorious for using women because, like they say, when the devil can't get to you, they send a woman. They're notorious for sending women into people's lives. Snafu, please let me finish. They're notorious for sending women into people's lives as double agents to convince men to do certain things and not do other things, okay, and or to get intel about them so they can be killed or overthrown. But you keep whining and crying, all you desperate housewives on Facebook, for Erica Kirk and her fake tears while she bursts out laughing in between crying. Should we pull that video up? We pull that video up, and then the tards can't see past it. They go, well, I don't know, because I'm so lacking in empathy that I can't even, I feign empathy. This is what these people all do. They feign empathy because they're taught what to do and what to say and when. Just like every time you go talk to someone, and they say, my dad just died, and everyone goes, I'm sorry to hear that. And do we ever get a peek into whether they're really sorry to hear that or not? Or are they just fucking trained like animals to just spout something out because it's socially acceptable, right? They don't really have empathy or care. These are people who are destroying themselves and their own communities, poisoning their children. I see what's in their carts at Walmart. I see what's in their refrigerator. They don't even have the capacity to fucking truly care. But I'm supposed to believe they care so much about Erica Kirk, and she's up there fake crying. It's as fake as the day is long. And in between faking the crying, she's hiding her face because she can't keep it together, and she's bursting out laughing in between fake crying, because that's something we all do when we're crying, right?
Well,
you know,
I wanted to say, it's funny you said you're peeking in Walmart.
This is where I transition. The Luciferian side of me comes out doing this broadcast. That might be what makes me sick, is that I almost love watching these slaves get duped and pimped and played on. And I shouldn't really like that or love that, but that's the Luciferian side of me, that from day one, the criminal-minded side of me, the New Yorker says, never give a sucker an even break, never smarten up a chump. You know?
So that video,
and take them for everything they're worth.
So
I don't do that. I don't live that way in my life, but I know other people do, and there's a sucker born every minute and asks for every seat, as P.T. Barnum once said, right? And the greatest show is Earth. So pull up a chair, get your fucking wallet out, because we're going to pay a harlot whore to deceive everybody and laugh and blaspheme and mock while Donnie pretends to hump her at the WrestleMania funeral event with pyrotechnics and all the rest of it. You people deserve everything you get. The fact that you buy into this and pay for it and support it and cry about it online and then tell me to shut up with my commentary and my questions, you fucking slaves deserve everything that you get. I hope I wind up, I don't hope this, but it would be apropos. I hope if this is what's meant to be, I wind up living in a basket, masturbating in the town square like that one philosopher whose name escapes me, and Charlie Kirk's wife gets double the $6 million. I want her to get 666 million. And I want you all to pay for it, because I want you to bring about the fucking judgment on yourselves and all the rest of us that we all fucking deserve. Let's get to it. Right?
All right, so the video, what I was going to say is where she's swinging on the wall. And again, this was produced back in the day. Look at the numbers, 9/10, the day of the quote, assassinate. And now, like I said, it's right in your face, the optics on that video. And then the next
is what I laugh. They all say I'm bad and wrong and evil because I got a criminal mind that I'm trying to use to reveal truth and serve truth. I'm not doing loss, injury, and harm. I'm not lying, cheating, and stealing. You know? No, they say Harley Boy's criminal minded. We see how he looks, how he dresses, how he talks. It oozes off of him. We don't want that. But they have no problem going to and sucking up all of what the other criminal. This is why I say, this is why people have come to me in the past and they go, why do you even care about these slaves? Why are you going to try to help them or work with them? Just profiteer, right? That's the spirit that comes to me. It's not so much a person, but that's the spirit. And I know it's the same in spirit that inhabits Erica Kirk and all the rest of these people. They literally are Masonic initiates who at some point realize there's no point in talking truth to the scum, rabble, cattle. It's just better to profiteer off them and use them to get what you want and need. And I'm the idiot, right? I'm the idiot because I have the wolf and the dog in me and the criminal mind to get it done, but I have too much of a heart and a care for my reputation and credibility to do it.
But that's the wheat and tear. That's the whole thing. That's what it's about. And then the next video, basically while our children are learning what gender they should be, this is going on worldwide. The other video, but that's all I brought. Is that
all right? You know what? You did your job. You got me riled up, and apparently that's what brings some more numbers and energy here. So you did, I guess, what you were supposed to do. You know, the optics are high. The optics are fucking low, as low as they're going to ever get, and people are still shoveling it in and telling me online other places to shut up. Right? Well, this is why I say you can't help most of these people. You can't play Captain Save a Ho. This is why the first rule in pimping, proper instruction motivates people. We don't do it here. But the first rule in pimping on the ground is when you see a hoe, you pimp on her. Rule number one is not when you see a hoe, you try to convince her to stop being a hoe. When you see a hoe, you know it by what how it walks and talks and what it looks like. You just fucking pimp on them. And it's a rule for pimping for a reason, just like it's a rule for the Masons and all the rest of these folks in supposed government. Erica Kirk, there's Eric Terreo, one of my childhood friends, so to speak. Of course, back in a very sort of disempowered, weak, dysfunctional, addictive point in my life. We've come a long way in our own way here and in life with certain things, but it's good to see Mr. Terreo. Mr. Terreo a little upset with me the other day. He was calling me out. You know, he goes, Paul, you got some points here. After he got upset, he kind of settled on, and I accepted it. I didn't deny it. I'm a very reasonable man. You know, at least I want to believe that. He said, you know, you got some points here. You're making us question. You're helping us to come out of our haze here and see the forest for the trees. Do you have to call us all slaves? And I go, yes, I kind of do. That's my gambit. I might be the idiot here who thinks I'm so entertaining and interesting and I'm getting a hook in everybody by calling everyone slaves. Maybe it's just my venting, because at the core of my beingness, while I am a loving, caring, faithful person, I am very bitter and resentful. It makes me very bitter and resentful to watch my fellow man do the things that they're doing, knowing that there's a whole other world out here, right? And that's a me problem. It doesn't have to be that way. And it's not that way all the time. But I almost revel in going within and finding the bitterness and resentment in me and just fucking expelling that. You know, just projecting that all over Facebook, because I just believe there are other people out there just like me. They're a bit bitter and resentful watching their fellow countrymen throw everything good and great away and claim they're actually making things greater by supporting statists, fascists, frauds, politicos, and agents. Okay. And again, this doesn't square with me because I need to do what I need to do for me. And it's probably not the best for my internal beingness to be as bitter and resentful. But let's be clear. In a past life, in another life, the majority of folks would have all been lined up. They'd have cut your heads off, or they'd have put a bullet in your head. Remember, like Donnie says, back in the day when we were strong, it was simple. You know, bing, bow. Back when we were strong. This is how we handled these people. You know? So I don't know if he has a point, or I don't know if that's the answer, right? Revolution means complete circle. The answer is resolution. Resolution is going to come over thousands of years potentially. And it's going to come through conscious and awareness. And it's going to come through thousands of world stage events, right? It's not a here and now perspective. If it is, it's one at a time, one experience at a time, right? So it's easy when you do what I do and you care so much and you're passionate about it and you can see what it is clearly, and you're just all day, every day, essentially like almost tasked. You know, you're inspired and motivated to like tell this truth, to share whatever this is. And just watching 3/4 of your fellow man or more just jab up, slave out, they're vax, taxed, and lax to the hilt. You try to give them some good game or show them what it looks like to question with a critically thinking mind and a discerning heart, and they make you the enemy. They make you the asshole and the bad guy. You almost get comfortable with that, you know? I'm sure Eric Terreo remembers when we used to be, this is one of these guys, this is great now that I remember, because I forget this shit and then I think back. Eric Terreo, go ahead, Eric, call in. Eric went to high school with me. He was literally one of the few people who day one, we find each other in this life, right? Water seeks its own level. I'll give you the call-in panel information. We found each other, man, like two peas in a pod at some point throughout school, right? We were in some of the same classes. So me and this kid used to just give hell to the teachers and the authoritarian system because we never bought into it. It was always bullshit. It was always nonsense. It was never about who and what we really were, right? We had to be there and had to do what they say. So at our core, we're rebellious. We don't want to do what everyone else says. We don't want to be like the rest of you. On some level, we want the truth or we want to have a good time here, right? So me and this kid, I always, when I think back on me and him, it's just, I fucking crack up. We would wait till the teacher would turn around, shake the desk. When they turned back around, they didn't know who it was. And we just keep doing that till eventually they just say, Paul and Eric, get out. Because they already knew, right? They already know who the troublemakers are, right? Who the ones who don't want to suck dick and kiss ass. The ones who really don't care about succeeding in this system, because we see who all the successful clowns are and how they come off. We don't want to be like them. We don't want to live like them. We don't want to have to do what they do. Right now, little did I know, and again, this is where you have to be thankful and grateful and blessed. Little did I know that as a troublemaker and an extreme minority then, it would pave the way for me to do what I'm doing now and become something bigger and better than what all the rest of these slaves are doing and being. And that's not my arrogant ego, I don't believe, right? Going to court, getting dismissals, getting results, teaching other people about that, empowering a whole generation to understand their rights and to know the law and get results at court is the most valuable and powerful thing that I could be a part of. And it all started in middle school or earlier, kindergarten, transferred into middle school and then in high school. So this is one of those beings who I resonated with. We didn't know that at the time that that's what we were doing. But when I look back on it, that's got to be what it is. Just something in the core of our beingness. We're the clowns in the kingdom, right? We didn't mind embarrassing ourselves, getting punished and getting thrown out because we had to bring some grounding to an ungrounded, falsified, delusional, in denial system that starts in the public fool system with your weak, cowardly, fake-ass teachers who are just there to cash a check and push some propaganda onto all of us and behaviorally modify us. Raise your hand, then you get to talk. Tell us what we want to hear. If you tell us what we want to hear, you're a good boy. If you don't, then you're demeaned and devalued and dismissed. Okay? So, yeah, go ahead, Mr. Trejo. If you want to join interact briefly, we can have it back and forth. If nothing else, we can reminisce a little bit or catch up. Is it YouTube or Facebook? Well, I'm on both, but you go to the YouTube. Proper instruction motivates people. YouTube.com/@pimpunslave. Of course, PIMP is an acronym. Proper instruction motivates people. We're not here to sell body parts, people. So now you're poor and trying to get a few bucks from YouTube. Well, no, oddly enough, I'm actually not poor. I have everything I need and then some. I'm actually in the process of getting land and with a well and septic and all the rest of it. So I am rather blessed due to a small contingent of core viewers, contributors, and supporters here who not only believe in the vision and what I show and experience and teach here, but have applied and gotten results themselves. So they're inspired, they're empowered, they're entertained by who I am and what I do here. And because they get value and see value, they return that in various forms. So I actually didn't start this poor and broke either. I mean, I don't know what you consider poor and broke, but I was working regularly. I was putting about $2,000 to $3,000 a month away in the bank. I had gotten to a position within about a year or so to where I was pretty well respected at what I did. At one point, I was installing solar panels, and doing some quote unquote low level. I mean, whatever that means, but just I would say pay wise low level. Working for pretty much $100 a day, 10 to 12 hours a day. Below minimum wage. But I was living within my means and saving, and I got to about 30 to 40K in the bank. And I just was feeling like I wasn't satisfied. I wasn't fulfilled. The spirit in me just told me there was more that I had to do and be or discover or co-create. So once they told me I was going to wear a mask and get a jab in order to work where I was working, I said, I'll see you later. I'm not wearing the mask already. You guys are bitching about me every day. Next is going to be shots. I told them that I believe shots were coming. They said, "You crazy, Paulie boy. They're never going to mandate us to get shots." Sure enough, within 6 to 8 months, within that year, they said, "Well, we kind of want everybody to be jabbed up and also wear the slave mask to work here." So I said, "You know what? I'm not even going to push this issue. I could probably get it done, but I'm not gonna. I'm done. I'm out." Because my spirit was already, it always does that. It works that way. My spirit was already in here moving, you know? So I left where I was at, the comfort of my home on Colorado, to travel west with no plan in mind beyond living in a tent, traveling day to day. Arizona is what I picked based on weather. So me and the other person that I was living with at that point, retired veteran, gave up a very cush apartment, 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom for $200 a month to go live in a tent and travel by car, go on a new land. And for me, you know, I didn't know if he had a plan or a vision. I think he was just kind of going along with what I was doing. But I'd have to ask him to know, right? You know, I started the broadcast because I had already created the YouTube and posted a handful of videos of me working with the courts and getting pulled over and getting let go, and a video went viral. So I kind of just looked at it and I said, it seems like there's some power and value here in a true sense, not in a false sense. It seems like I may be formed by God to do this or be a part of this at this time. So why would I not just throw all my eggs in that basket and throw caution to the wind, right? And see what comes of it. So yeah, I really can't say that it was all my idea. It all just kind of unfolded, one event and one thing at a time. I just kind of surrendered in faith and did the next right thing as it seemed. And it's all worked out well over the past 3 to 5 years. I met a bunch of people, you know, got on the land with them, have worked together, cultivated certain bonds and relationships. Some, you know, value has come out of it in various ways. And I believe that I'm rich in spirit. I'm more rich in spirit now than I was doing what I was doing. Quite frankly, I have more coin in my pocket as well. So there really isn't any aspect of this journey that hasn't worked out and hasn't kind of revealed when I reverse engineer that it's exactly what I'm meant to do and be doing. And then, of course, there's always more to explore and to enact and engage with on that path. So, yeah, and I just see a whole bunch of archetypal themes in that story, right? Like leaving comfort and you know, like most people at, how old was I when this? I'm so horrible at this shit. With time recall and all the rest of it. Maybe 29, 36 now. Has it been 6 years? Maybe 31. I don't know. The point is, at 31, in my situation where I come from and the people I used to hang around, to be able to even have a job to go to every day, pretty much do whatever I want, you know, be performing pretty well at it, you know, getting accolades in some senses, right? Winning competitions. They would do competitions at the job, whatever. Being able to put 2 or 3K away in the bank, you know, eat whatever I want, smoke whatever I want, do whatever I want. You know, I was ahead of the game. $200 a month, Denver, you can't beat that. You know, to give all that up, to be giving it all back in a different form, doing something completely different, to me is archetypal. You know, leaving the comfort of a guaranteed situation that takes very little to survive, you know, and even thrive to some extent, to go into complete unknown. And for me, again, going to live in a tent was exciting for me. I'm told that I was supposed to be like a lowlife for that, and I was supposed to be scared of that, and how you going to do winter in a tent and all the rest of it. None of that occurred to me. I'm just like, hey, I want to travel. I want to see Arizona. I want to create a live broadcast and explore that. And I don't want to pay rent. I don't want anything over my head, right? I just want to be free to co-create and live within my means and learn to do without, right? That was my trip. My trip was, can I eat the same thing every day? You know, can I exercise? Can I not have to punch a clock and still be responsible and accountable? Eric, I see you back there, man. I'll let you in a minute. You know, kind of just focusing on me and what I wanted to get out of life and be free, but also co-creative, and balance that, right? So to have everything come about the way it did, to have someone come out of left field and say, hey, we got 2 pieces of land. We're not doing anything with it. Come down and stay. We're not even there, but you can look after things, you know, to have a place, and to have various contributors and supporters, you know, gifting value where they find value with nothing guaranteed. You know, to me, there's just 3 to 5 at least levels of archetypal seeking truth to be set free, right? Knowing thyself to therefore know and or co-create with the universal force. Being given back everything and then some that you would have had doing what everyone else does, going sort of your own way, right? An unconventional way, where I can honestly say this is the closest thing to self-made that one can be. And it only can happen through God, Holy Spirit. So is it really self-made? It's higher self-made, right? But yeah, man, that's not poor to me. That's not broke to me. That's rich in spirit to me. That's on the way to fixing to me. It's exactly the opposite of what you project that it is, creature down in there in the lagoon. Yeah, I wouldn't trade it for anything. You know, and now I have a whole bunch more opportunities to sort of play off of when I'm so ready to do so. Yeah, Thunder Chicken gets it. Self-actualization, self-realization, and co-creation. You know, I don't think most people could get that done, and I don't think most people would give up everything they have in order to find out if they could get that done or not. So at the risk of tooting my own horn, I think that it's just more evidence of my practicing courage, which really isn't courage to me. It's my craziness, that most people would call it, that allows me to seem like I'm practicing being courageous and kind of thinking and living outside the box we're all born into, right? Most people don't do that. They're never going to do that. If they did do that, they'd probably fail because they'd spend the whole time thinking about how it's not going to work, right? And bitching about how they don't have the comforts of life and feeling alone because you have either one person or nobody with you. And the majority of folks who say they love you and care about and support you don't see the vision and don't know what the fuck you're doing and thinking you're going off the deep end, that you're going more crazy, right? So, yeah, man, I've lived kind of a very unconventional life from start to finish and top to bottom, and I'm not down on it in a way. That's what gives me my worth, my value, my power, my inspiration. That's what separates me from the rest. If we need to do that, right? And it's not that I need to separate myself from the rest. I'm just saying that, you know, part of richness is rarity, right? That's why gold is worth more than US dollars, because there's only X amount of it and you got to go dig for it to get it. It's rare, so it's worth more, right? So in order to prove my worth to myself and God and the people, if you want to see it that way, we have to be and do what is rare, right? And it's rare for people to leave the comforts of their home and their cush situation and everything set up just in place for them, and a career position, to go their own way and have nothing guaranteed and make and create something out of nothing, essentially, with just who they are and what they know and their willingness to present. So, yeah, I will never be shamed for that. I will never be down on that. I will never be demeaned and devalued for that. If anything, it's quite the opposite. And again, maybe that's just my arrogance and my egocentrism masquerading as false confidence. All right, Eric is calling in now. I don't think he's understanding how this is all working. Let's go to Eric, man. Why not? We're out of the algorithm today, it seems, for the most part. Let's kick back and reminisce. Some childhood friends.
Yo.
Eric.
Am I on the fucking broadcast?
Yeah, you're on the fucking broadcast. What's going on?
You're all gay. Everyone sucks. There's
Right.
maybe too many white people.
Right. And what else?
You know?
And what else?
No, dude, what you guys need to do, here's what you need to do, right? You just calm down. Everyone does this, right? Because we all figure we worry about like doing the saving the world and shit. And I get why you call people slaves. Because
Hello?
what, did I fuck it up already?
Yeah, I'm not hearing you. You're cutting in and out.
Yeah, I know, but I can't get on the broadcast for some reason.
You were back there, man. I was going to let you in. I was monologuing.
All right, hold on. Let me call. Send me the link to call back.
All right, I'll throw it in chat.
All right.
Oh, here he goes. He's going to give me the rap, but we all need to calm down and we can't save the world. So why try doing and being and having better? Let's just say, hopefully he's doing a bit non-bit, or else I'm going to get into it with him on some level. Eric is gay. Well, I don't know. I mean, does anyone really know how gay anybody really is? As if everybody's going to admit it, who knows? Where you want me to try to blow him when he gets here and see if he allows it, and then we can confirm or deny. Like, where are we going with this? I think what he said is you're all gay, and that's his voice he does, right? We would do voices and kind of characters. So I don't know. I got to feel him out. I haven't talked to him in probably a couple decades. But in school we used to clown around and kind of use sarcasm and make people think that we were saying one thing, we were really saying something else, and kind of use voices that kind of reminded us of the average person and their kind of tone and tenor. So he may be doing some of that, right? He's a tricky guy. This guy, he's a morbid comedian at heart, right? Much like I am, or wannabe comedian with a morbid sense of humor at heart. So he likes to trick people and tease and use sarcasm. He loves to imitate. So we'll see where it goes if he decides to come up. I got to thank somebody. Somebody is a peach. Pedro Castillo, my Latino angel. What would I do without this fucking guy and these other people here? Lee, Scott, Ryan Horde, Lee, Rochelle. There's so many of them. What would I do without these people? Alan Vance, too. I don't even like naming names. People out. What are you doing, man?
Am I on the broadcast?
Yeah, but you called in the line again. You didn't go to the panel link. You don't remember the first time you were in the back? You typed the link in and you get back there.
Yeah, but it's giving me like a stream media link.
All right. Well, whatever. Let's try this one again.
All right. So I'm on the broadcast. People can hear me.
Yeah. How gay are you? The audience wants to know.
Well, dude, first of all, this guy calls me gay. A guy sucks a couple cocks in his life, and all of a sudden he's some homo.
Right. I mean, you got to do what you got to do,
Yeah, dude, I don't push back. Like, when I'm receiving it, I don't push back. I don't push my ass back.
Right. All right.
Like, I just take it. So I'm not really, I wouldn't call that gay, dude. I would call that experimental.
Right. Okay. So there you go. You got your answer, Reverend.
I like how you sound. I like how you go, he better be doing a bit or I'm going to get into it with him.
Yeah, well, I'm going to get into it with you. Well, you're not, I'm not saying you're worried about that. I'm not saying you're scared. Like, you're here for it. I presume you're going to try to get into it with me. Let's be clear about this.
Wait a minute. I may at some point. I may get into it with you if we're talking about the sheets. But let me say this. Here's what we all need to do, and people don't understand. We call these people slaves, right? And I agree with it. And we call them slaves because it hurts us. Right? Like, what they do affects the whole country, right? Like, their willful ignorance goes on to everybody else so that we all have to suffer from it. But what I think we should do is just, and where Charlie Kirk went wrong, is you get a 9-to-5 job. You work at like a Geico or something. People don't realize that's the point of life, is working at Allstate. With like, and then you could talk about Deb, like, oh, you missed Tuesday, but you didn't see Deb spilled her coffee. She's definitely on pills.
Right.
And you have conversations like that, and then, dude, I don't have to worry about anything because I pay my taxes. So, like, all these people with these rights and shit, it's like, I call the cops, dude. They're here in nothing less than an hour and a half. If someone's attacking my house. So what's the big deal? What are we really doing here?
I get that. Maybe it's sensationalism. You know, I'm a little too hyped up. You know, it's like I'm making mountains out of molehills here. I mean, 80% of the world is now jabbed up with a chemical that they call luciferase. I mean, but what's the difference, right? Like, you know, American Idol
really,
is
dude,
still
I go
on
to Charlotte,
season
the big
14.
city over here. I go to
Right.
Charlotte. They got this billboard. It says, "Listen, you got to be 6'3", under 180 pounds, and have at least a 5.5-inch penis to be a porn star." I called up. I said, "I'm 0 for 3, right? But I have other things to offer."
Like personality, right? That's where you're going with that?
Yeah, like personality. Like, I can possibly get another pump. I've tried most of them. They get me to like 5.25, you know, on a good day. But there's more out there, dude. It's not like I've tried every one.
So the folks
And,
in
you know,
chat are saying
I am
maybe
a
there's
porn addict.
the folks in chat are saying maybe there's something in the New York water supply. Now, we were on Long Island. Do you think that maybe like Plum Island and some experiments and those big electrical towers that we all grew up around like influenced us somehow, made us a little wacky, a little weird?
Well, do you remember like the Montauk Monster from a while ago, right? And they said that was an experiment that came from Plum Island.
Right.
Well, people were talking about that, dude, but that's not what CNN said. Like, we have these media outlets that tell us what's going on. So everyone's worried about thinking for themselves and doing all that. What you need to do is just go to work.
Right.
Because all it takes is an hour of CNN, and they'll tell you what it was. It was obviously a raccoon that lost a tear in the water. That's what CNN said. So that's what I'm going with. I mean, they have millions of viewers, dude. So who am I to say anything?
Right. So basically what I'm getting is, and this makes sense, this is pure Americana culture at this point. Just stay like disempowered, stay real humble and modest.
Yes.
Don't really care about being better, doing better, making a change. Just fucking go to the experts and the real sources, get the information you need, and then remind yourself that there's really no point even getting the information because you're not going to do anything different. And if you try to, you'll just be wasting your time because there's bigger and better things to be doing, like paying the government / corporation called United States to make codes and rule over you and administrate your property.
It's a little bit more than that. Like, there is a reason to progress yourself in life. Like, if you get offered a promotion at your 9 to 5, right, where you're making money for the government and you're paying a good amount in taxes, like, I told my boss, dude, I was like, the only way I'll make more money for this company is if I can agree to pay more taxes and make sure they're going to the Native Americans who we've stole this land from. Like, I don't want to own a home, dude, unless it's to buy it for a Native American.
Well,
You know
you're a good citizen. You're engaged in your civic duty, and I appreciate that. I have to respect that. Now, what
And
would
then
you
I
say
realize
about
a little
folks in this audience? Like, let's not even talk about me because I'm a scumbag. I live in a trailer. You know, I'm out in the, yeah. I'm not too bright. But what would you say to these other people in chat who are like, they don't follow policies and codes. They're not interested in paying the corporation called government to rule over them and administrate their property. They're not even really interested in necessarily working a regular 9 to 5. They'd rather like co-create something or like do without, live within their means. Very hobo vagabond crowd here for some reason. But what would you say to them, these people?
Well, people like that, like, I'll give you an example. I had an altercation with a police officer where I was walking on a sidewalk, and this he walks with these two pit bulls, and they kind of like, one got off of the leash and he kind of ran at me. And for some reason, I don't know, I felt very insecure that day. I didn't have an erection all night. So when I woke up, I knew that.
You're an incel.
So
You're one of Trump's a brigade of incels, is what it is. Okay.
Right. So immediately when I woke up, I spent like $400 on OnlyFans subscriptions, and I carried a gun that day because I was pissed at myself, dude. So that's the things you have to do. And I explained to this man, I said, in the state of North Carolina, if your dog comes at me, it's the law that I am allowed to defend myself. We have stand your ground here. And, me and him got into it a little bit, and the cops came, and they took my side. And they were like, yeah, he has stand your ground law. And then I was just, it just annoyed me, dude, where eventually I had to file a complaint against the cop who took my side. And I said, I didn't understand the guy's situation at first. Like, policy and code, a lot of people think that's not law, so there shouldn't be anyone needed to enforce that. But people write those, dude. They take time out of their day to write policy and code, and I think that should be respected.
All right, you're doing the bit, not bit like we used to do back in the day, but I want to get real with you. I want to,
All right, go ahead.
Drop the mask and the veneer. Let's get really real with ourselves and each other. Have you been keeping up with me and my rap and what I do, and have you been influenced by it at all, or where are we at with that?
To be honest with you, yeah, I have. These days, really, I'm not really so much on YouTube or Facebook, but the things that I do see, like the one time that you mentioned that you said he got a little upset with me that day. First of all, I'm never really upset. I mean, that's the honest truth of it. It's like I'm never really upset. I'm just letting you know how I would let anyone know how I feel about their approach, and maybe a different approach that I would take. Now, you take that for what it's worth, of course. You don't have to listen to a thing I say, just like I don't have to listen to a thing you say. By the way, what we all say, no one's going to do a thing about it. It's not like, you get these comments all day long. I do too. I'm inspired by you. I'm inspired by you. Yeah, well, why don't you go out and then follow the message then and do something on your own instead of being inspired and staying on the computer?
Well, that's the idea, right? The idea is that if we do more and we show people what's possible, or that we're even just willing to go through hell to get to heaven, they will be inspired to do and be and have more, right? They need permission from someone to do that, it seems,
Yeah, I agree, but I would say that people are so delicate these days, and maybe you're right on this, where we shouldn't have to take that into consideration. But as soon as you start using derogatory terms, dude, like, you slaves don't realize this. Like, it's pretty easy, dude, to realize this shit. That, I would say the sane amongst us, I'm not even going to give myself credit enough to say, like, oh, I'm smarter than the average person, or I'm more intelligent than the average person. Possibly more aware, but I would say
aren't the
that,
two inextricably linked? Isn't awareness and consciousness linked to intelligence on some level?
I don't think so. Intelligence is something that we've turned into, at least in this country, how most people understand it, their level of indoctrination. So you got to speak on the people's level, dude, is what you have to do, because they don't understand if you use any other language, right? If we talk to them derogatory, that's all they're going to hear. Even though they may deserve that, they may need that, they may need that tough love. That's all they're going to hear, dude, is slave, slave, slave. He's calling me a slave. They're not going to hear anything after that statement. They're not going to listen. They're not going to care. And if the message is, because our message really isn't vile, right? Or what's a good word in place of that? It's not calling to violence or anything of that nature. But as soon as they hear that term, they're not going to listen to anything else. So you almost have to fucking kind of coddle them. And I know that that's all they've been through, that's the root of the problem, is that they've been coddled.
Right.
They've
My
been through
presumption
all
is not that people would necessarily take what I'm saying, because I spent about 10 years putting information out that nobody was really looking at or listening to. And I find that at least when I use the term slaves and I just give it to people the way it is without any filter,
Right.
they'll at least engage with it. They'll fight me over it. They'll argue about it. They'll call me names. Now we're in the algorithm because we have engagement, right? So it's a
Well, I
bit
guess the
non-bit.
idea is
It's a somewhat of an authentic, bitter, resentful place in me that I allow to express. It's somewhat me playing the character of God of all media, where I'm above and beyond all of it. I'm looking down on you, and I'm dispensing a truth that you need, that you don't know you need. And the only way I'm going to get you to engage with that is if I call you out in a way you don't like. Because if not, you'll just breeze right over it. Rights and freedom,
but the
principles,
idea
spiritual faith,
there
God. We don't want to need that.
is any discourse is better than no discourse. I guess would be the root of the idea there. At least they're engaging, even if they're engaging negatively and they're not really hearing what you're saying. At least you are getting them to engage. So, at the core of it, they do have to at least think a little bit to formulate a response, even though the response may be fake and made up, just like we saw from beautiful Miss USA, Erica Kirk, when she was, very happy that she was going to make millions off of this tragedy. But I don't know, dude. It's like the way I see it is, if someone comes up to you on the street, right, and they say, "Hey, 5 plus 5 equals 12." Now, there's two options, right? There's two options. They either actually believe that, which means they need help beyond a level that I am capable of giving them, or they don't believe that. They're just trolling and they're just trying to get a reaction. Like, you have to think, when you think about like trans ideology, right? A man who becomes a woman, he knows he can't have a baby. I mean, he obviously knows that. The activists know that. He knows that. They have to know that, because it's the truth doesn't change because you feel a certain way. So you consider the social construct aspect of it, right? And it's like, oh, I identify more with what society says are male gender roles. Okay, well, that doesn't mean you have fallopian tubes and a uterus, right? So the differences between men and women are very minute, but they're also very extreme at the same time. And that's what people are not getting. And yeah, dude, I think it's something like that.
All right, again, man.
So how would you respond to that? Like, if I came up to you, if you never met me in a way, and I came up to you and I said, 5 plus 5 equals 12. I mean, would you not walk away?
Well, again, on the street on New York, right? We're almost trained that 3/4 of the people, including ourselves, might be a little crazy. So mind your own business and just look at wherever you're headed and keep going, right? Don't engage beyond a certain point, because nothing good ever comes out of it. But in the metaverse, right, and what we do here, it's a bit of a different venue where you almost have people all day looking for the next engagement, right? So yeah, how I would handle it on the street is very different from how I come at it on here. You know, I keep my head down, I keep moving, I don't give it any time, energy, attention, because it's just not worth it. What am I going to gain out of correcting this guy and arguing with him? Now, I'm baiting people online. I'm driving engagement. I know they're going to want to interact with me because I'm calling them out. It's a subconscious thing. And I know they're going to come to me with the same 10 talking points, and I'm going to defeat each one of them with common sense and leave them no other choice but to just admit that they're a dyed-in-the-wool, mind and heart-controlled slave, even when confronted with the facts, will not accept them and move forward, or change their mind, right? And there's many folks who have changed their mind through engaging with me after being called a slave, right? It's not how you get them there, it's how you keep them there. Once I have engagement with them, I remind them we're all in the same boat. We're all one self on the highest level. We all have God and Holy Spirit within us. We all have conscience locally. We need to understand this and work with it and use it to create a better self and a better world. If not, just expect more of the same and even for it to get worse. And I don't think anybody who has two brain cells going in the same direction can deny that, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, after you say it, dude, I mean, like there's plenty of people like that out there, and these people still don't understand it. I mean, they will hear these obvious things, and that's the sad part about it is it's very fucking obvious, right? Like you're not saying anything out of the ordinary, dude. You're not saying anything rude or conspicuous or controversial. You're saying what should be obvious. And these people hear it, they know it. You know they know it. I know they know it. They know they know it. But they're choosing to live in this fantasy utopia instead of reality for what it is, right? We all wish we could live in a world where reality bent to our will. But unless we're willing to make the change, we have to live in a world where reality is what it is, right? Until we make those changes. These people aren't willing to make those changes. So when you call them out on I just not seeing what it does. Like, I get your point where you're saying you have to call them out anyway, even though they are not going to admit that they see it and agree with it. We know they do, so it's beneficial in a way to call them out, but I just don't see it really solving anything, and that's kind of
No, the solution is the on the ground component. Once they get a load of who I am and what I'm about, then I introduce them to what I'm doing and why that's different from what most are doing, and how what you just said is precisely the key, that if we come to know the God within us, that the reality will bend to its will, not our will. The reality will bend to that thing's will, whatever that is. It's inside of all of us. I've shown that, right? I don't know if you're familiar, and I'm always kind of tooting my own horn here because I was surprised that I got results that I've gotten consistently over and over again. I've been arrested 6 times in the last 5 years. I've gotten out of all that with no signatures, no attorneys. I haven't paid them anything. It's because I not only understand the difference between legal and lawful, I know who and what I am. I have knowledge of self, but I'm willing to apply that and surrender in faith that God's got me. And it hasn't let me down yet. So I don't believe in that many coincidences, especially the way it's all gone down. I do believe or know that there is a force here that we can call God. And if we would get in touch with that and understand that and work from that, it will bend reality to its will. The key is we have to be the conduit, right? We have to be the conjurers / conduits to bring that kingdom of heaven down to earth, so to speak, right? Allegorically, metaphorically.
right.
So yeah, I just think that's the whole task of, and again, that you, like you said, that message is nothing new, right? That's nothing new. This is basically back to the scripture 2,000 years ago. A being came and told us all, come out of her, my people, stop paying these people to rule over you. Stop worshiping the way that you all do, these false gods and these false systems. Start living free and being co-creative, right? Access the God within to change the devil without, right?
Yeah, and the ironic allegory of that is you have these what Christians would call atheists, or people of religious faith, if that's how they define God. They would call these people atheists, right? Because like we've talked about in the past, Satanists, LaVeyan Satanists, they worship themselves. They don't view anything in this universe higher than themselves. So they worship themselves. So they don't think they can't believe in truth, dude. It's impossible for them because there is no truth. There's only their truth, which doesn't exist for any of us. There's not Eric's truth and Paul's truth. There's only the truth. We can interpret it different ways, and we can have opinions and argue or do whatever we have discussions about that. It doesn't matter. The truth is still the truth. No matter how much we try to interpret it or, argue or discuss about it. And that's what these people don't understand when we say words like God's law or God's word, right? Like the answers are there. They've always been there. The truth is non-changing. And that's what we're trying to get people to realize, but they're incapable of seeing it because they don't see anything in the universe, whatever you want to call it. Now, I personally do call it God. I'm of the Christian faith, right? You don't have to agree with that or anything, but these people don't believe in anything. They don't believe in anything higher than themselves. So the most they can worship is themselves. And that's why you see them trying to usher in this utopia of, I mean, dude, these fucking queers for Palestine shit, like, go to Palestine. You'll get thrown off a fucking building. You have no idea what you're talking about, right? That's what the truth is. The truth means. Like, they don't respect you. They don't care
But
about
they
you.
don't have to, right? The reality of it is, if you are queer for Palestine, you're for what's true and what's right, regardless of whether they're for you or not. Isn't that
No,
what?
yeah, well, that's a good point.
Yeah, I'm saying, isn't that the walk with God? And we also have to remind ourselves, isn't there a time with all of us, it could have been yesterday, where we worshiped ourselves and what we thought and felt by what we did and how we lived? We weren't bearing witness testimony to God. And go ahead.
Especially as we're younger and we don't really know what's going on and we don't really look too deep into things. I absolutely think that we walk in our path, right? We think we make the decisions that decide the outcomes of our life. But when you can humble yourself enough to realize that whoever it is out there, or whatever it is out there, has laid out a path for you, and what your job is to do, in my opinion, is to extend your hand, right? Because the universe, if you want to call it that, God, if you want to call it that, his hand is always extended. The free will part comes in, you extend that hand back, right? He's extending his hand, but he's not just going to grab you off the floor if you keep walking away from him. You have to make that conscious decision. And I think that these people are incapable of doing that. And I'm just trying to figure out the best way to kind of get them to realize that, hey, you are not the end all be all.
Shaitan is already doing that. Let me, Eric, I don't want to cut you off. I got a call here. I want to take it. Stay on hold.
Okay, go ahead, man.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. What can I do for you, Stephen?
I'm just trying to join the show and participate.
All right. Questions, comments, concerns?
Are you still living on Arizona?
Yeah.
Showing Arizona?
Yeah.
Are you planning on staying there?
No, I'm headed to Oregon.
All right. Whereabouts in Oregon are you moving to?
Southeast. Not sure yet. It's still in the conceptual phases, right? We're selling here, and then we're planning on going out there. So we're still looking at properties, but that's the tentative intention, right? Anything can change at any time, you know.
All right, I see. What was the Desperate Housewife title about? I missed the beginning.
Sort of a take on the Erica Kirk thing, right? Where her husband supposedly dies. She's making the tour, going on all these shows, laughing and giggling, cashing in, you know, starting $6 million donation GoFundMe's. Yeah, just something doesn't seem right about the whole thing. Her countenance, her attitude, the way that she's coming at all this, just seems like a desperate housewife, right? You know, if we play off of that series, from the little I know about it, right, as if I watch it. But yeah, you know, just some kind of tongue-in-cheek wordplay and playing off of the world stage dynamics, I guess you could say.
Okay, I see the connection now. I didn't watch any of those shows, Desperate, whatever, but yeah.
I had a woman who I was with who used to watch it, and I would catch moments of it here and there, and it was all basically debauchery, corruption, money hungry, power hungry, you know, distorted wannabe women, right? I guess I don't know if you could really call them women, but females, right? So the apropos title, right?
Yeah, I understand, but the 6 million number is interesting for several reasons that I won't go into. But Jeep said that she loved that show. That's interesting. She loved the Desperate Housewife show?
She might have been one. She might be one. We don't. I don't know if we're ready to uncover that. We put a damper on everybody's parade here.
Cheats, are you a Desperate Housewife? Well, anyway, I just wanted to see what was going on. Do you have a beef with Landry, or you guys smooth things over?
Yeah, no, I think he may have some issues with me, but ultimately I've just decided to move away from him and other people and just focus on me and my life on the ground and doing my broadcasts and just not being constantly tethered to these folks and rolling in the mud with them, right? So if that's having an issue, then yes, I guess I have one. But other than that, really my issue is with myself, if we're being completely honorable and candid here. So I don't like me when I spend more time than necessary involved with a whole bunch of other people, places, and things that I don't find honorable, good faith, rewarding, valuable. It's kind of a list or a set of standards for me, right? So maybe I'm delusional, maybe I'm egocentric and prideful, but that's my issue. Is I want to do better, be better, and have better on all levels, and that means that I can't necessarily be constantly tethered and rolling in the mud with a bunch of cretins and characters and miscreants on the internet who seemingly don't have much to bring forth, talk about, or offer, right? And again, maybe that's just me being egocentric and judgmental. Maybe they just have no place with me, or I have no place with them, but they're going to do great things in this life, anything's possible. But yeah, I don't ultimately have any issues with anybody. I'm either my own worst enemy in life or my own best friend. So that's kind of what
you take the blame then for hanging around them for a little while at least, or rolling in the mud, and you're avoiding that now. You're moving on.
Yeah, I keep drawing from wells that are already depleted or poisoned, right? So who's to blame? Who's accountable, responsible to keep going back to venues with people, places, and things that don't serve me or what I'm serving? It's my foolishness. It's my neediness or codependence, or just my addiction that's formed from being on these panels or in these interactions, right? It may be an addiction to negativity, right? Constantly knowing that on some level a fight or an argument's going to happen, and that's going to get our dopamine levels up, right? So let's go in there not knowing/knowing and seeing where it goes. I got to get away from it, man. It's just not good for me or anybody else, right?
I agree. I think I was falling prey to that a little bit too with the Jack Talcott show in certain places on YouTube that I kept showing up, and it is kind of a dopamine hit. It's weird when you looking back, you can see it wrapped up in the moment. You kind of get wrapped up in the fun of it, and then it just kind of becomes no longer fun. It's like, yeah, this is just fucked up. I'm not going to do this anymore. But do you think that Landry is the king of the betas, or would you that title to someone else in the panelverse that you looking from the outside in, or looking from stepping back? You think
I don't even. It's probably best that I don't even engage with it or even comment on it, right? It has no relevance to me and what I'm doing here today.
Yeah,
or in general.
He was using that title though, so that's why I wondered, because I saw him use that on the green screen. It had King of the Betas written behind him. So
yeah, he's looking for some narratives and a gambit, and he wants to generate engagement or interest. So I mean, God bless him. However he decides to do that, like anybody else here, right? We're all on our own path. We're all going to do whatever we believe that we're supposed to or what we need to do, or not. So again, I have no ill will toward him. I'm not going to use this platform to talk about him or anybody else. As you see, this platform is about truth as I perceive it, or what my experiences are, or just me venting as a catharsis, right? I really have no need, nor is it productive for me or anywhere else or anyone else to use this platform to talk about other people, right? There's plenty of people on the world stage we can talk about to mirror these value and power dynamics and then talk psychology and sociology. I don't have to pick people from the panelverse to do that, right? I would prefer to stay neutral as much as possible.
Yeah, that's true. A lot in your chat room, I'm just checking it out now as I'm speaking, and a lot are focused on Stephen this, Stephen that. They haven't really evolved yet. These viewers, like Red 40 that's typing in all caps, and he might have a crush on me. I don't know if these are faggots.
No, Stephen, don't go there. I mean, the bottom line is if you are actually taking a new approach on yourself and what goes on here, then Yeah, then that's admirable, man. We don't need to fake any funk with ourselves or each other, and we keep it real, whatever that means or what that looks like, and we evolve and grow or we don't. So it would make sense that with everything that we've seen and experienced of you, that maybe we wouldn't necessarily believe or be willing to go with. I'm giving the benefit of the doubt, right? I don't know what you're up to, and I don't need to know. I'm just going to be me and talk about what makes sense to me. And if you can get in where you fit in with whatever else I'm doing, then great. You and everyone has a place here. If not, then it's just better off for you and me and everyone else to go somewhere else and create whatever you want to create, right? It's nothing personal. So I would say give them some time. If you're changing your ways and changing your presentment for yourself first and foremost, and by proxy everyone else, give the people some time to acclimate to a different aspect of you, a different side of you, and to receive you honorably, and in good faith, right? I think that's just, and the same goes for me, right? If people are going to receive me in a more honorable and good faith manner, especially other places, they're going to have to get used to a different aspect of me or a different side of me that maybe wasn't always what I was showing, right? If that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. They're going to have to acclimate, become accustomed to things, and it might take a little time. But anyway, Paul, thanks for taking my call. I hope you have a great show today, and I wish you no ill will or no harm. I wish you well, actually, and I hope that your health continues to improve and keep doing you. Keep doing what you do.
Thank you, Stephen. I'm going to return that sentiment, man. I want to believe that despite our differences or even our past experiences, that there is sort of to use their phrase, a common core experience or value system as a human being, right? So I think if nothing else, we can be bonded or related over that. And then our actions tell the tale after that, right? We will be judged by what we do and don't do. So I appreciate you, man. I got no issues or ill will with you, and I'm willing to put everything behind us and move forward.
All right, man. Yeah, we don't have to fight and kill each other or anything. We can move forward. Excuse me. Lose my voice today. I was up all night again, live streaming as I'm prone to doing.
All right. Well, hopefully we don't see me or others on there later tonight, or maybe you will. I don't know. I don't go over there, so feel free. Hate on me, shit on me, talk about me. I won't find out anyway, and we're all better off for it, if that's what you decide to do. I'm not going to project that or presume that.
No, I won't be doing that. But thanks, man. Thanks for taking my call. Have a good one.
All right, Steve. We'll see you later.
Yeah, bye-bye.
All right. A rather, at least seemingly on the surface, a rather humble and modest and honorable and good faith Stephen here today. So I'm sure if Mr. Talcott or others are listening in, checking in, they'll be overjoyed to see and to know that something bigger is going on here. Some changes are potentially happening. But again, time will tell, right? We can all say anything and everything, and what we do is going to be the ultimate indicator of who we are and who we're becoming, right? So, okay. Eric hung up. Eric, if you want to call back in, we can get back into it. I would like to transition, though, not in that way. Put the hormones away. Get back to some clips, hit a few clips, and then get the hell out of here. We're coming up on the third hour quick. Erica Kirk in Emerson Drives. She's my kind of crazy. Am I going to get hit? I'm going to Oh yeah, she's a pretty little slave, gonna die, and she's taking back scene. Oh, Eric's calling us. Yeah, I don't need She's My Kind of Crazy. I can write my own song. She's a pretty little slave, and she's vaxxed 5 times, and she voted for a master, and she's gonna die. She's right. Oh, okay. Let me switch over here.
Go ahead, bro.
Okay. There we go. So where were we? Can you give me something, and then can we transition here and get back to some clips and ride shotgun and kind of a little bit of this and that? Can we make that work?
Yeah, I was listening to that call you just took, and I think you responded greatly to it, and I just want to say something quick, and then we can transition to whatever you want, or we can call it for the night if you want, but I'm not blowing smoke up your ass here or anything. But here's what I want the viewers to know, for whoever is listening right now, is that if they're inspired by you or whoever they're inspired by, maybe people are inspired by me. I don't know, right? I can't tell. I'm really not interested. What I would like the viewers to know is don't just be inspired by people. Like, they may watch your broadcast for 2 hours and then they're like, yeah, that was some really good points. That was this, that's what I've been thinking. And then they hang up and they turn on Wednesday with Jenna Ortega or whatever her name is. It's like, if you're inspired, go create your own thing. Be someone who also spreads the message. If you're inspired by the message someone is spreading, it's incumbent upon you. And I think it's definitely one of man's highest purposes is duty to others, right? So, yeah, don't just be inspired by people, man. Don't just.
So Eric, just so you know, because I don't think you have context, that there are like at least a few handfuls of folks, like they're literally in chat right now, and there's many of them who aren't here. There's folks here who have already stopped complying. They've stopped cooperating. They don't follow code, at least to some extent. They've been cited and they've won at court, right? So this is a non-unity community of folks who, at least on some level, replicate what the host is doing and have gotten results, right? So that's one of the things that keeps me doing what I do here, is knowing that this isn't necessarily a place like everywhere else where people come, they do lip service, they receive it, it sounds great, it feels good, and they go back to their slavehood, right? This is a place where when I speak,
that's what I don't want.
Well, listen, I'm guy number one for that, to the point where I call my audience slaves at times to keep the fire going and keep them inspired and remind them that there's a coward in all of us. And if we don't push past that and practice being courageous, our comfort zone's going to kill us. So, you know, this is one of those places, man, where we don't have necessarily all the money and numbers the rest do, but we got the actions and the results. And that is what counts. That is what's important, at the risk of sounding like a politician. It's not about the numbers and the money. It's about making the change and doing the right thing on the ground. But it really is, right? So with that said, let me thank a couple people because they're contributing here. We already got to Pedro Castillo. Now I just fucked it up because I clicked the wrong thing. Alan Vance says, keep her lit with the truth. Much love, much love. That's a phrase that we got from other folks on here who literally lie on people and deceive and play power games and then tell everyone they love them. So we do the bit non-bit sometimes with that. Much love. See Pedro Castillo doing the bit non-bit, but we really mean it here on some level. We've cultivated a certain bond here where we actually do share love here in its purest form, right? Like true care, you know? Because again, I've said, I've come up with these phrases in a way, but you can't have true love and care without true freedom. You can't have true freedom without true love and care. You have to love yourself and God and the truth and care enough to do something different to generate the result in order to live free, right? So they go hand in hand. And we got one more here. We got an Ian C, who is also Gorilla Gems down there. He says, speaking of gifts, a little something. Non-taxable events from extended friends and family. There's nothing better than that, right? So we got no income. We got no contracts. We're tax-free. We're vax-free here, and hopefully lax-free. We're somewhat inspired and engaging and entertaining. I want to believe that. All right, what do you got? And then we're going to pivot here.
All right. I just, the one thing I wanted to say to you personally was, and again, not blowing smoke up your ass, not taking anything away from myself, but in the past, especially recently, I may have judged you too harshly, and that's more of a comment on myself than it is on you, because I'm only reacting or responding, however you want to say it, to what I see. And what I see mostly is, you know, it sounds angry, but I think that it has to be. And I think people should be angry at the state of the world right now. And that these leaders of the world are trying to take our rights and do everything. But I do hope at the end of the day, because it's truth that we're all going to meet the same fate, right? Fate, not faith. Fate. It is true at the end of the day that no matter how honorable we are or what we're doing is honorable. I hope you find moments in your life that you still have time to laugh. You mentioned before that we met each other in middle school or high school. I forget which one it was. But, and that, you know, we were kind of considered the bad kids because we didn't really fall in line with what everyone was doing. So while you continue on your journey of being a better person and spreading the messages of truth that you do, I just hope that you find times in your life that you sit back, man, and you just smoke a joint, dude, or something, and just fucking laugh, because we have to have those times in life. I mean, at the end of the day, we're not going to save everybody, right? It would be nice and it's honorable to pursue, but we do have to find that time for ourselves to just remember that we're all human. Everyone is on their own journey, right? Everyone has a chance to be saved. That could be when they're 90 years old. It could be never. But for you personally, I just hope that you find times in your day that you're laughing and enjoying yourself.
Oh, they'll tell
Even
you in the
if that
chat. They're already telling you. I'm one of the biggest clowns now. Still, that hasn't changed, man. At the core, who and what I am, I'm still the biggest clown ever. I still love laughing and having fun. And this broadcast is an outlet for that, right? An inspiration for that. So, yeah, you'll see that, man. You'll feel that the more that you stick around at times. Yeah, that's part of the whole experience, you know. Speaking of which, I think it's important right now that we pay the bills with some sponsorship. Folks may or may not be aware of this, but we actually have a sponsorship with R. Kelly. His old material, right? I think he's locked up now. But we did a sponsorship with his people. Yeah. I made you aware of this, right? So we're actually recruiting.
I think I heard something a year or two ago.
Yeah, we're recruiting for women to come back to Enslavia with us, and we have to make sure that they have everything they need. So let's just get into that.
Do you have your passport?
Do you have your shots? Girl, do you want
to
to come back with to America? Oh, you can't hear it. Yeah, you can't hear it on your side. You have to go over to the other side.
Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots? Girl, would you like to come back with Rob to America? America. America.
Yeah, the panel's better because, like, just now I was playing something, but you couldn't hear it, so you just were talking. I can't figure. I could. No, but you weren't doing that because on your end you can't hear what I'm playing, so it just sounds like I'm either singing horribly or we're sitting in silence. So I get it, but yeah, the panel you'll be able to hear everything and see what I'm putting up, and there's a visual component to this. When I'm not monologuing, when I'm doing the broadcast, non-broadcast, there's a visual and audio component. I got to thank Travis too. Travis, thank you for your contribution and support. You are a blessing to I. Imagine at one point in high school that I could just, you know, I never would have dreamed that there would be a day where I could come on here, be obese, crack jokes, talk about slavery and genocide, call people slaves, and somehow have a livelihood, you know? So God or the devil, or I guess both, is the devil does good sometimes, maybe is what it is. Or like Eric said, God has a plan for us. Maybe a little bit of both. I haven't worked it out completely. All right, let's go to some clips. Eric, you got anything else before we pivot here? All right, I appreciate you, brother. Come back, man. Be a part of what we're doing in some way, you know, some shape, form, or fashion. If you got some material, you know, I got links scrolling up top there. If you want to email me, you got videos or things you want me to cover, or if you make stuff, you know, yeah, man, get involved. All right. Sounds good. All right. Blessings. All right. It's a childhood friend there, Eric T. Won't give out the last name. Georgie says you have a sad face. Yeah, that's always been a thing with me. I think that I hold a lot of pain at my core. I've been through a lot of pain, tests and challenges, a lot of trauma, a lot of betrayal, a lot of abuse from people closest to me. So, and we're New Yorkers. It's a New Yorker thing, right? You kind of grow up dealing with a bunch of miscreants, psychopaths, sociopaths, and that's just the family dinner. So you kind of get used to, almost subconsciously, putting up a wall, it would seem. Having a barrier, or a coping mechanism. And one of those is, it seems a lot of us walk around with this angry, miserable looking face. We may not be angry and miserable, at least on the surface or consciously, but yeah, there's something going on there. Like growing up, they always used to tell me, what are you angry about? What do you know? You got this face on. Because I walk around like this all the time. Maybe I'm just light sensitive, so I squint. I'm Squints Polare from Sandlot. I have light sensitive eyes, so I'm constantly walking around like this and like, what's wrong with me? I don't know. I'm trying to make excuses. Again, maybe I need more love. Okay, so love me, Georgie and others, please. I may need it, even if I don't want it. Love bomb me. Maybe I'll get rid of this angry, sad face of mine. Erica Kirk for POTUS POTUS. Mega, make evil great again. There it is. Pineal Power in the chat. Something about that Paul face. Yeah, the face of a lot of pain, a lot of self-chosen suffering, and some maybe not so much self-chosen. I guess you could argue, if I'm going to guru non-guru, that all suffering is self-chosen, because one can experience anything and process it however they choose. It's a choice on some level how we choose to process things. And if you make yourself a victim of suffering, then it's self-chosen, right? So, all right, let's go clips. And then I got to go. What do we got? Israel bombs Gaza. They're bombing them like crazy. Well, what are you going to do? Let's get to it. Donnie's going to have himself a resort soon. And that's really what matters. We're selling gold card citizenships like Costco, and we got some timeshare property for sale on the coast of Gaza. If you're looking for some beachfront property, you got to make way
since Israel launched its war on Gaza in response to an attack by Hamas. Hamas killed 1,200 people and took 251 others hostage. Gaza health officials say more than 64,000 Palestinians have now died during almost 2 years of war. Israel's military warns it will intensify operations in Gaza's biggest city until Hamas agrees to end the war on Israel's terms. It has ordered more Palestinians to flee. The CBC's senior correspondent.
All right, little decoding. We're probably not going to get through this. It's a 5-minute clip, but 20 seconds in, I got to decode, right? My bullshit decoder. So what are they saying, basically? I'm here to help. I'm here to translate. They funded some terror groups to attack their own people, and they're using that to enslave their own people, and they're only going to stop if their own people agree to the terms and conditions of the terroristic group they hired to attack their own people. If not, they're going to continue to let it happen, and they're going to put their own people in between a rock and a hard place, right? And this is just something that corporations that call themselves governments do. It just happens to work, right? So, like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Asha Petrusik is in Jerusalem with more.
There was a dramatic scene in the center of Gaza City today. Multiple Israeli airstrikes hitting one of the tallest residential buildings in the city. As these hits hit the building and tore it down eventually, many people were sent running. Many people have also been living in tents all around that building, and there were injuries there as well. Now, this is significant because it's part of Israel's ramping up of attacks on the city, on Gaza City, where some million people have been living. It's been considered one of the few relatively safe parts of the territory because Israel has not had a military presence there, at least not a permanent one. But in the last few days, it has been ramping up these attacks, hitting various parts of the city with artillery, with tanks, and with airstrikes, and trying to get more people to move out of there. It's already ordered people to move, but many don't want to go because they don't consider anywhere else in Gaza to be safe anyway, so they may as well stay. However, they have opened themselves up to death and injuries like this person who spoke to us.
Right, and what did Donnie just say? I'm moving on from it. It's too much bullshit for me to process all at once. I'll get caught up here. Donnie just said yesterday, months back, he said, well, we're just going to have Gaza. And then they were like, what do you mean you're going to have it? He's like, we're just going to have it. We're going to do some resorts. It's going to be very profitable for the United States. Just yesterday, he actually had the balls to say, have you seen the place lately? No one wants to live there because you fucking blew everything up. You can't make this shit up, man. They blow it. They go, we're just going to have it. It's going to be very profitable. They go, how are you going to get it? He goes, don't worry about that. We're just going to have it. Gets together with Netanyahu. They blow everything up. And then they have the nerve to say to the reporter, what do you mean Gaza? There's no more Gaza. No one wants to live there. It's a terrible place to live and go. Yeah, it's just that easy. Literally, it's just that easy. All right, let's go to BB, which it's not actually his name because these folks like to masquerade under fake names so they can do corruption and then ride off in the sunset as somebody else. At least as best as possible, right? Let's go to BB.
Christian influencers. Okay. You said, we talked about the woke right. And you said, I call it the woke Reich. That's a brilliant observation. The woke right. Because these people, they're not any different from the woke left. I mean, they're insane. They're amazing.
All right, we got to translate that. I'm going to stop it every few seconds or so to translate. See, they're doing it to you guys again. Uncle Paulie was here for you. Uncle Paulie's been charged with some felonies in the past. He's probably on a couple lists. Hopefully the right list. Hopefully not Megan's list or whatever it is. Like BB, quite frankly, and Epstein and Trump and all the rest of them. But yeah, Paulie Boy's that uncle who, you don't really, sometimes you have fun with him. He's a little eccentric, a little weird, somewhat interesting, but you don't really trust him because you think he's kind of whacked out. Now here we are. I told you they were going to do it to you and they're doing it to you. Oh, if you believe in rights and freedom, principles, faith, God, even like pure nationalism, from a positive sense, not this crap, because everything has a duality, right? There's the purest form versus the corrupted form. If you think any of that's valued, you're like just as bad as the woke left. So we're establishing a pattern here, right? While both sides are supposedly fighting each other, the middle is now calling both aspects of both sides crazy woke people if they decide they're not with the statism, fascism, just rampant corruption and destruction of their land and everything good and great. So like you're either you see it started with the left. This is what they do to both sides of you people, and you still haven't learned, most of you statists, that they start with the marginalizing and the labeling to dismiss you and devalue you because they know you're on to something, and then they just take it over to the other side and they get both sides to do it to themselves and each other. They did it with me first and foremost. When Vice made a video about all of us and put me in there for a few seconds, right? Didn't talk about me directly, but a few seconds of my video in there calling us all sovereign citizens and potential terrorists. So now they're doing it again. Some might argue elements of the CIA, FBI, and other corporate subsidiaries of the United States Corporation make a business out of dissuading the public from understanding the truth and using propaganda to misdirect. And one of their ways of propagandizing is putting a label on people to marginalize them and stop getting people to listen and do something different, right? So now it was woke left. Ha ha ha. Right, wokeism. You're dumb wokies and woke left, libtards, blah, blah, blah. Now we're going to the other side. Oh, if you don't support state of Israel and the corruption and the statism and the fascism and New World Order and vax, taxed, and laxed, you're a woke writer. See? So at some point, folks are going to get a clue. They're going to realize what the game is. There's 8 parties that are supposedly running for presidency on this land. what you believe is the corporation, United States. We now know by definition, you think is the country, we now know is the corporation. The voting doesn't matter. It never gets better. It always gets worse because it's statism, fascism, and corporatism, which is tied to Satanism. And it uses deception to overthrow the law of the land, God's law, and to administrate your property and rights. That's exactly what it's doing. And the way it does that is precisely as I just described, among other things. It attacks itself and then blames certain groups, then gets the majority to vote on or accept something being done, which is what they wanted all along, or it marginalizes and gets both sides to fight each other. So there's 8 parties, but we only ever get 2, Republicans and Democrats, because it's 2 wings of the same bird. We all know that. Somebody go tell your statist, fascist, corporatist friends and family. They may get it at some point. Unfortunately, they may not. We may have to have another Holocaust here. You could argue the poison food and water and air are the ovens of our time. Okay. And you can argue the private prisons that are taking people there to do slavery and to work for free or to generate revenue without an actual crime are the modern day concentration camps. Okay, so it's already here. We're already deep into it. It's already underway. Most people don't know it, and they're actually paying for it and supporting it and complying with it and voting for someone to run it, the head corporate branch, right? So I'll never stop being entertained and fascinated by that, and I'll probably never stop testing and challenging that idea and the boundaries on that and getting certain results for me and then giving them away. And then if it goes bad, relinquishing over and surrendering in faith that this isn't about always it going good and right for me or others or us getting a positive result. It's just about us showing up and standing for something and not standing for other things. So all this thing that we call God is asking from us, for us, and of us. So yeah, a couple more minutes of BB. I don't know how much more I could take, but I had to translate.
But they're actually meeting on some of the things. And what we have to do is we have to secure that part of the base of our support in the United States. That is being challenged systematically. A lot of this is done with money. Money of NGOs, vast. Money of governments, vaster. Okay? We have to fight back. How do we fight back? Our influencers. I think you should also talk to them if you have a chance. To that community. They're very important. And secondly, we're going to have to use the tools of battle. You know, the weapons change over time. You can't fight today with swords. That doesn't work very well. Okay, and you can't fight with cavalry. That doesn't work very well. And you have these new things, you know, like drones, things like that. I won't get into that. But we have to fight with the weapons that apply to the battlefields in which we're engaged. And the most important ones are in social media. And the most important purchase that is going on right now is followers. TikTok. TikTok. Number one. And I hope it goes through because it can be consequential. And the other one, what's the other one? That's most important. X. X. That's very good.
Very good, class. How do we do statism, fascism, and corporatism as a banner for Satanism and deceive the whole world to come under the umbrella of New World Order, where a head corporation is going to use statute, policy, and code to regulate all the people and their property and even their funding? Well, you guessed it. Corporate takeover. It's in the word. Fascism, the merger of state and corporate power. So we're going to buy up all the platforms. We're going to deceive and lie. We're going to shadow ban folks like Paulie Boy, because when we don't, he does 150 to 200 new subscribers a day. He does 5 to 50,000 views. And he gets everybody, oddly enough, because 2 weeks ago, I watched it. I watched how the game works. See, and in a way, if I let it be, they've created their own non-physical torture chamber where it can always be denied that what you're saying is true, and you always look like a crazy person from the outside looking in. Paulie Boy says he's shadow banned over there. He thinks he's influencing people. Well, I know I am, because 2 weeks ago, when every single day we did a minimum of 5,000 views and we're averaging about 10, 15, up to 50,000 views with 200 new subscribers a day, I was watching all the other channels change their talking points, change their topics, start to go down that road. I could pull up examples of Andrew Wilson debates and others. I even joined them. They don't want that. They know that their system doesn't need that. What it needs is exactly the opposite. We can't allow Paulie Boy to organically be interesting and entertaining with the information that's powerful in the way that he speaks it, because he's going to get a bigger and bigger following. He's going to start doing live events. He's going to have the other panels who are desperate for numbers and forms of value, right, or attention, take notice, and they're going to start to update what they do to mirror what he's doing. It's more important that we marginalize him and make him the failure, right? And then show you all that, hey, you don't get the type of money and numbers you do when you do this and don't talk this, right? So BB's admitting right there, just like Google has admitted in their press releases indirectly, okay? Just like many other content creators that I know, because you could say I'm the smoked out, crazy person whose parents brought him to a mental institution at one point in his life and then deny it to this day because they like to gaslight too, just like the system. You know, I've done every drug in creation except for crack and meth. I used to smoke angel dust daily for what, 2-3 years straight. God knows what that did to my chimpanzee brain, you know? So it's better to just do that, you know, gaslight, marginalize, call people crazy. Don't allow them their authentic engagement and growth, because those crazy people are going to start to use the indwelling God that is the genius within to start to re-terraform the digital landscape and to be more influential than ever, right? And that's not what BB and Donnie and Elon and the rest want from you, okay? And quite frankly, they're most likely going to get what they want. Because again, as much as I please, for the people who come here regularly and have done their duty, so to speak, for themselves and for whatever this is, don't take it personal. But most of you truthers, most of the folks who say they want freedom and rights, most folks who say they're down for the cause or are just sick of it, most of you anarchists, you don't support where you see power and value. You don't share the information out. You don't replicate it and give credit where it's due. You will not allow yourselves to be unified. And that's your greatest strength, because collectivism is your downfall. It's also your greatest weakness. Okay. Especially in these venues, right? So again, understand I'm a representation of all of you. If you don't push me and get me into the algorithm and spread what I'm doing here and the information and fucking live it, you're all fucked. Okay. And I'm okay with that. If you're okay with that, I'm okay with that, right? I'm not a voice for the voiceless. I'm just a mirrored reflection, representation of all the other unslavians out there who got the same spirit at their core, who literally been living the same life as mine from the beginning, at odds with their friends and family, at odds with the institutions, don't want to cuck up and suck dick in order to make a living. We're all right here, right? So again, it's not about you cucking to me, submitting to me, worshiping me, doing my work for me. It's about what it represents. You better hope that someone like me doing what I do the way I do it wins. Because if I don't, you lost. And that's not some kind of marketing technique either. That's the reality of it. Okay. And then we can also decouple at some point and realize that whatever goes online isn't necessarily the whole of creation at all. There's always an on the ground component. The point is, online was a tool like never before seen. It could be very inspirational, empowering while being entertaining, and it can move whole generations of people. Thousands of people all at once to make a change. That's how you become valuable, powerful, recognized, and effective here. So it would make perfect sense with a tool like that, with someone like me, with the story I have, doing what I do, with the results that I get, speaking it the way that I do. They want no part of it. Okay? Because I'm going to take a whole generation of people potentially who are going to suicide or stay on drugs, who had no place for themselves in this world, and I'm going to turn them into co-creators and influencers indirectly. And they're going to start to walk with God. And they're going to take a position as leaders in their community, right? That's the opposite of what this thing wants right now. It wants followers, just like it says. How many followers do you have? It's right in the name. They want people going along to get along. Okay? Or they want you marginalized and decoupled from the rest of the conversation. So they can give you your next fake ass hero that you're all going to idol worship. For the few status collectivists who are here tuning in to see what the crazy guy over there is talking about. Yeah, your next Nick Fuentes loser, false hero. Not that I need you to make me a hero either, because at the end of the day, again, this is about what everyone does on the ground and doesn't do. But it's just so amazing to me. You know, you got this guy, Nick Fuentes. I don't know anything about him. If I'm speaking out of turn, because you know me here, I'll jump right out the window, start presuming and assuming, and then they'll have to pull me back and go, no, Paulie boy, it's not really that. He's actually legit and thorough and does the thing. Okay, great. Then I'm wrong. I'm an asshole. I'm presumptuous. I just presume that every one of these people I lay eyes on is exactly the same person because they fucking look, dress, sound, and seem to do the same shit. I'm weird like that. I believe I found out like a consistency or a pattern there. So, Nick Fuentes, perfect example. He's all over my algorithm lately. Don't know who this kid is. And I guess that could be any one of us, right? You pass a certain threshold and you get access, and the next thing you know, a whole bunch of people are seeing you, just like they have with me at certain points. The point I'm making is every other thing I flipped to now this last week is Fuentes. It's another, seemingly, if I could be judgmental in my New Yorkian way, another inauthentic corporate beta male who's never stood for a thing. But what I am hearing from him is he's telling my story. So maybe he is a reflection and representation of the same I am that am or higher and lower self. I have to do more research into him. I just find it to be convenient. It's like in this thing, it seems they have everyone in the box. They have others who are going to make a change off to the side as much as possible. And they just keep switching the pawns out of that box, right? Charlie's gone this month, this week. So we got to have a new inauthentic corporate beta male in a suit show up to play his statist fascist part. And we got to update his script this time too, right? So I don't know. I am presuming and assuming just because of how these people look and sound and what they always amount to being. I'm guessing that's what the move is, right? Let's bring in the Wilsons. Let's bring in the Fuentes. Let's bring in the David Rodriguez's. Let's even bring in the Chile de Castros, who claim legal, lawful, and lawful scholarship, show up to court, fake cry for mercy, act like a fool in court, do 160 days, and then cry to Brian on the phone, and then beg for hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars to really just blaspheme, mockery, humiliate all the way around. Okay, this is the world we live in. So I guess watch out for that. I'm always watching for that, even if I don't want to watch for that. I'm too aware for my own good. I lay in my bed. I'm trying to enjoy myself in between masturbating, as Eric brought up earlier so eloquently, and the rest of whatever we chimpanzees all do when we're enjoying ourselves, kicking back, relaxing, going through the algo, listening to music, pulling clips for the next broadcast. That's all I've been seeing this week. If it's not about Charlie Kirk, it's about the next one up. And it's Nick Fuentes, and he's in a suit, and he's got some energy, and he's telling a story, and it's just like mine. I have to look into it. He says, I've been marginalized. I've been shadow banned. You know how much money I lost? You know how hard it is for me to date? Women don't want to date me because I've had a ruined reputation, and I act like an asshole online. I go, yep, that's me. I go, that was way before I ever started a broadcast. Let's be clear. So I'm not blaming the broadcast on any level. I always find it interesting when these inauthentic corporate beta males show up in suits and start telling my story, and I just doubt it all the way through because it's just something doesn't add up, doesn't make sense to me. I'm not buying it. It's equivalent to Ben Shapiro being everywhere this week, taking over Charlie Kirk's seat, and him telling my story again like it's him. And I go, I don't see it. You guys are all trust fund babies. You've literally been rich your whole lives. It's intergenerational wealth. You've never worked an actual blue collar job. Many of these people, from what I understand, they get online, they get hundreds of thousands of subscribers, millions of views, conceivably hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars. It's never enough. And then they start telling a story like there's some underdog here who's been put upon and been marginalized. I'm not seeing that. You guys are deep in the algorithm. You're pushed everywhere. It's all we see and hear is of you people. And then we see and hear of you. You're telling other people's stories that don't add up. It's exactly the equivalent of, and I've said this many times, but I can't say it any other way because it just makes sense to me now. Growing up, we used to see these like feuds or these arguments between rappers, and there would be a rapper who was on the ground and like known in the community for really doing whatever they rap about. And maybe the guy's lucky if he bought like $150,000 house somewhere in the suburbs. He's in the booth every day doing what he does. But he's never going to get the record promotion like Jay-Z. He's never going to sell 1 million records. He's selling out his trunk at this point. He's doing all his own A&R and research and promotion. He's a one-man situation. And he has to sit there every day in the booth after committing a fucking murder down the street because the guys from the other side of town are trying to take what he has. He's got to get in the booth every day and put on for himself and his family and the people and for the art, right? And when he leaves there, he has to get in his car, and he's lucky if he gets a decent car, you know, a little bit better than he would working at Burger King. Okay, we're humble. We stay thankful and grateful. And he's got to turn on the radio and listen to Jay-Z from a penthouse talking about moving keys and putting in work. Imagine what that guy feels like. Right, wrong, or indifferent. Imagine what the blood of the Crip from the block who's trying to change their ways and using their art in order to put their life experience on wax. They really live that, and they're willing to die behind that. And they got to get in their Ultima every day and listen to Jay-Z get on the radio and be promoted in every fucking dance hall in every place, telling that person's story and not really living it. It's fucking embarrassing. It's pathetic. And quite frankly, it's very easy to get bitter and resentful. Okay? And this is part of the walk in this world. This is exactly how it's supposed to be, is what I understand spiritually, whether we all like it or not. So I can't see a more accurate example of that. That power and value dynamic transfers to every room with every group of people. You know, you got the ones really living it, who are living and dying behind what they say, and it really matters. And for the ones on the ground, we got that thing going and we're on a movement, right? Whether we're on wax or not, we only put that on wax, you know, to make everyone else aware, so to speak, you know, to have a further reach. But yeah, for someone like that to be living their truth and really be about it, you know, and really put everything into what they do, to watch somebody, you know, be throwing Diddy parties and fucking each other and getting on there high, and don't take nothing away from how these people do what they do, right? Because again, the guy on the block has to admit, Jay-Z's got energy, he's got a flow, he comes with it on the track, whether he's living it or not, right? He just happened to be a better mouthpiece, a more relatable spokesperson, right? That's all this is. They do the same thing with truth and truthin'. You know, they go get some inauthentic corporate beta male who's never really lived it or walked it, but is a good mouthpiece and can put on when necessary, and then they upload them with the script and the story of a motherfucker really doing it and living it. This is how this shit goes in every arena and every venue, right? So, hey, at that point, you got to surrender in faith, and you got to be thankful and grateful and blessed, and just do what you do. And then, you know, on some level, surrender over that people either see through it and they start to get the game and understand the differences and what it all means, or they don't. And they get pimped and tricked and played on, right? It is what it is. But that's exactly what's going on here. And again, the weirdest part about all this is the guy from the block who's in the booth every day funding all his own shit and doing it all his own way, and focused on the way, shouldn't have to tell these people to stop lying on wax. Shouldn't have to tell these people that they're going to shoot up their house in order to get him to stop, right? Stop telling other motherfucker story and acting like something you're not. It's beyond embarrassing. I don't give a fuck how much check they cut you. People shouldn't have to tell you that, is the craziest and weirdest part about all this. And the way the publicity and public dynamic is, it doesn't matter if you tell them or not. Because again, the majority will always support what they like or what they want to be true. They will rarely, if ever, support what is true, especially if they don't like it. And that's just how this whole game works on every level. BB,
and you know, so we have to talk to Elon. He's not an enemy; he's a friend. We should talk to him. Now, if we can get those two things, we get a lot. And I could go on other things, but that's not the point right now. We have to fight the fight. Okay, to give direction to the Jewish people, and give direction to our non-Jewish friends, or those who could be our Jewish our friends. Are we going Christian?
I'm done with it anyway. So that's my point, right? Forget about, like, at the end of the day, you know, if this is me bitching, whining, complaining, whatever you want to look at it, forget about contributions and support on any level, physically, financially. The biggest part of what this all is here, if we have to look at it, is from a media perspective. You folks out there who see what I see and feel what I feel and know what I know, or what it seems to be, right, and you get it, it's your job on some level. If you feel it, I'm not making it that. If you feel it, to make the calls, do the promotion, get me in the room with these people so we could get down to what the truth is. If you think that I'm the representation of that and I'm the mouthpiece, because that's all this game is. And I need to do that more as well, right? Quite frankly, I'll take it all back to accountability, responsibility. I don't reach out to people at all at this point. People used to reach out to me. I burned every bridge that I fucking crossed. It is what it is. It's got to be that way. You know, I don't even really mind it. I almost like that. You know, I'm toxic and self-sabotaging that way. It's just, it is what it is. But, yeah, and I think a lot of other people here would like to see me in my silver and gold tongue gorilla ways, get in the room with some other people and talk this shit and see what they say and how they react. That's all this is. So support that if you see that, right? Be the sort of worker bees on the ground, right? Piece by piece, make the calls. Because I've had people do it and they come back to me and I love that report. That's better than cash to me. I'm really that egotistical and I guess arrogant, narcissistic, like everything they say. I love when people come to me and say, I reached out to Mark Passio, because they did. And they got a hold of people who are next to him, right? And they go, hey, we reached out to Mark because we're right next to him every day producing and whatever else. We want you on with him. And he said he won't have you on. He acts like he don't know nothing. Then all of a sudden they go deaf and blind, right? It's the craziest thing ever. I'm the opposite of Jesus, it seems. They motherfuckers start bringing my name up or bring me into the conversation, and next thing you know, people start going blind and deaf. It's the craziest thing ever. They start forgetting a whole lot of shit. I like that. I like being known as the guy who, he's the crazy one over there who's got the silver and gold tongue, and if you bring him in the room, he's going to ask certain questions and pose certain ideas that's going to burn this whole facade down. I love that. I get off on that. That's that real N-word shit, right? M. Davis. Where's my African American? Where is he? He's down there. He's down there right now. Great guy, this guy. Amazing guy. He knows what I'm talking about. That's that real N-word shit. You can't invite a real N-word to the family dinner, to the family reunion, because he's going to bring up how mama's been cheating on daddy and how there's 2 kids running around and nobody wants to talk about, and how this motherfucker owes on that car that they act like they bought cash and all the rest of it. You can't invite a real N-word to the cookout. I'm a real white N-word in these spaces. Can't invite Paulie Boy to the cookout. He's going to bring all that dirt up and all that dirty laundry. He's going to air it out. We don't want that. We don't like that. That ain't good for business, right? You folks like that, though. I know a lot of you Unslavian, just like me, right? You would love to see me in the room with Andrew Wilson while he's acting like he's tough, chain smoking cigarettes, talking a big game, and me put him on the line for a code following, tax paying, money hungry, worldly, fake ass Christian slave that he is, voting for a daddy to run his life and administrate his property. Right? You folks love that, just like I do. You love when you get the report that your favorite hero for a decade, you know, who you thought was really about it, who talked a good game online, won't even get in the fucking room with me when their own people want it and say that we need it. They literally said to me, there's a handful of people, I've only brought up 1 or 2. There's a handful of people next to these people reached out to me and said, the next interaction the internet needs, this is their words, is Paul Unslaved and such. I go, make it happen. I'll go anywhere and talk with anybody. I'll talk with the devil himself about eternal truth. And who and what I am and what I'm about here, because I need to be, not because I like it or want to be, because we need to be. And it's not easy, nor is it meant to be. All the things worth doing are not simple. They're not easy, far from it. So, yeah, it's weird when the people producing their garbage say the next interaction we need is you and him, and they bring it to him and they say, we don't know who that is and don't want to know who that is. We're not going to do it. They know who I am and what I do, and they know what's going to happen. So we get off on that here. Make it fucking happen for you people out there. There's some of you who are pretty professional. You're pretty astute. You got a few bucks and some connections. I know that. You don't show yourselves much, but you can make certain things happen. Make it happen. Let's expose them. Let's draw them out into the open. Let's put a target on these people metaphorically for all the deception and the lies and the games they played. And it was very profitable, too, for them for a time. And that time is over. If I have anything to do or say about it. If I am that am has anything to do or say about it. Okay? So that's where I'm at. I've been at that point for a while. I've not gone as hard as I could, and I've had to focus on healing, right? So I will continue to do that as I heal up and get better. And this may be one of the things that caused me disease, is looking around in disgust and having X amount of vitriol at my core and wanting to metaphorically, proverbially vomit it out onto these people. You know, like the dinosaur, the velociraptor with the acidic speech, right? To just kind of break down the veneer and the falsity that is these folks' persona online. Let's really play. We're all subject to it. Then that's when all of a sudden they don't want to play anymore, right? Literally in slavery and genocide, it's getting worse day by day, and they're all too worried about curating their fake ass image online to profiteer some more. And I'm supposed to be able to stomach that on any level. That's why I say media and doing this might not be meant for me long term, because I can't even be here and just reminded subconsciously or consciously that I'm on YouTube and I share the same platform with the rest of these skunks and swine. Doesn't mean I'm so fucking great. It means they're so low level and grotesque. What they're willing to say and do and not say and do to get the next dollar, for the next jug of liquor and pack of cigarettes, for the next 5-bedroom house that they can barely fill. Because ultimately nobody even really wants to be around or be part of what they're doing. Just one big use fest from top to bottom. Audience using content creators using the audience. All of them using this land and this system. All of them using God if you let them. And that's why the judgment's coming in more and more each day. There's no denying it. It's obvious. And then they have the balls to want to invoke God and Christianity beyond laughable, beyond distorted, dysfunctional, disempowered, beyond grotesque. And it's just business as usual here. Earthink. Yeah, we'll get it here at some point. Don't you worry your little minds and hearts about it. We'll get it. You're either going to get it or you're going to get it, is what it seems. Seems how it works, right? 80% who are vax, taxed, and lax right now, they got it. They may not cop to it out in public because they still got a little bit of that pride and ego to let go, but they fucking get it. They know where they're at and what the deal is now. They know who they should have been listening to and riding with for the truth, not because of personality cult. They know what they should have been doing that I've been yelling from the top of the mountain that they've been demeaning and devaluing and dismissing because they're too important and too comfortable to do that or be a part of that, right? You'll get it or you'll get it, is where this is all going. So just hold out hope that my brain is burnt and I'm the metaphorical online version of the guy throughout history standing on the corner with a cardboard sign that says the end is nigh and it never comes. Just hold out hope on that. Because if not, you and I and all the rest of us, we're fucked. Because of what you folks choose to give your time, energy, attention to and talk about, and more importantly, what you choose to fucking ignore when it's glaring in your face. Warthog Defense System. Warthog Defense 101 on a triple return trip.
Hashtag my daddy says we're fucked. And hashtag the warthog creature is always right as usual again. Hashtag my daddy has the optics in his backstage. Hashtag Mike Stratton Oracle digital ID. The optics are high.
All right, let's see what he's got. God knows.
The police will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording, watching and recording everything that's going on. Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on.
When you come to government and what government's doing, there are artificial intelligence tools, and some of them I know that Oracle have developed around financial management for government. But also, tell us a bit about what, because you're right at the forefront of this revolution, what it means for what government should do in terms of its digital infrastructure, digital ID, data centers, and so on.
How do you take advantage of these incredible AI models? And the first thing a country needs to do is to unify all of their data so it can be consumed and used by the AI model. You have to take all of your healthcare data.
There it is again. Now, what do you want to bet that? Because I'm in a trailer right now. I'm out in the desert. I'm a poor, broke, low life. I don't have millions and billions of dollars like these people. What do you want to bet that this guy's got a few thousand live viewers, hundreds of thousands after the fact, and a whole bunch of lobbying and funding and supporting behind him to carry this out for everyone's safety, of course. And do you think Andrew Wilson and Sarah Wilson, whatever the fuck her name is, Well, who's the newest? You think Andy Fuentes? What's this kid's name again? I can't even keep these people straight. Charlie Kirk is not going to do anything because either A, he was actually whacked and silenced to send a Sicilian message to the rest of you, or more likely was whisked off to Valhalla, a retreat where he's going to live out the rest of his life in witness protection on another country's land after playing out one of the greatest psyops in history. You know, and we won't bring up that he's got pictures of him with his kids, but we never see the kids, weirdly enough, so we don't know who they are. But we won't. There's so many things we can get into. We won't get into that. It's crazy conspiratard talk, right? Don't entertain any of that. Go back to the Andy Wilson. Go back to the Fresh and Fit. Go back to Bill O'Reilly's newest online podcast that, quite frankly, gets less viewers than I do at times. Go back to the No Spine Zone. You're better off there, right? All the seemingly wanna-believe, intelligent, critically thinking, well-to-do folks, they think they're actually smart and intelligent ahead of the game. They think they know something about how life works because they figured out how to live a lie and be profitable, right? Man, these people are like lighting the world on fire with intellect. But yeah, it's just how it goes. Snafu creature. That's how shadow banning and or algorithm distribution and or fuck the algorithm and technology, just democracy in general. Majority of folks are patently, empirically retarded and just completely arrested development. They have no idea how the law, religion, banking, metaphysics, or anything works here. They think they do because they study at all the Masonic institutions and just parrot ad nauseum, repeat anything they're told by someone at the front of the room in a cute little costume, don't you know? Anybody who's got a signed paper where they've been certified as an expert or authority must know. So if we repeat what they say, we must know. And this is how God and the whole game works, that the truth is coming from the places you would least expect, that are going to be least promoted, that are going to be least lobbied and funded for. That's how the game works. All the other stuff is a convenient, well propped up lie and deception. No, Paulie boy, it's not possible that the whole world could be one big conspiracy wrapped in a conspiracy. It absolutely is, and history shows that over and over again. It's just mass groups of people repeating narratives that are not true and engaging in actions that never solve the problem, and the problems just perpetuate ad infinitum. From land to land, from group of people to group of people, pervading the whole world as we know it at this point in time. And they're still repeating. And they're still citing their famous sources who are well-funded and lobbied for. Bibi Netanyahu wouldn't lie to all of us. They wouldn't play both sides against the middle. They wouldn't encourage for 33 years, as of this year, to bomb Iran, because Iran's going to bomb us any day now. They wouldn't try to convince us to lock down and give over our corporate controls over to a world corporation to use policy and code to direct commerce. They wouldn't lie and falsify records or reports like they already did 1920s to create a greater depression, to do economic hits, to exhaust everybody financially in order to buy everything back up. They wouldn't do that. That's precisely what they're doing and always have done. And you're not going to hear it or get it at Andrew Wilson's hole for $3,000 an hour. You're not going to get it at pick somebody. Wes Watson, another loser failure who I used to promote here, reached out to him directly, tried to charge me $10,000 to talk to him for an hour. Now he's going to prison again because that's how God works. You're not gonna find it on Andy Fuentes' new broadcast in his suit where he's such a maverick and he's different from everybody else. You're not gonna see it. You're not gonna hear it. And if you do see it and hear it, you're not gonna see them doing anything different about it. So that's going to be the next wave of fake ass influencers, is a bunch of people talking some good shit that lines up, who are promoted and funded for and lobbied and given access to the algorithm, but they're not going to do anything about it. Just going to get you all wasting your time, energy, attention, and distracted, right? And paying for an entertainment distraction. Oh, Andy Fuentes in his suit really knows the game. He's talking the real shit. What is he doing differently? Oh, you won't ask that. You'll be too busy buying his hat and his sweater. And this is exactly how it's supposed to be. What do I do with that when I know that it's all fucked up? It could be better and should be better. Probably will get better on certain levels, probably get worse on other levels. And no, it's exactly where we're meant to be. Can I even really complain? Is this even really venting at that point? If I know that it's perfect and it's imperfection, we're exactly where we need to be. I guess my flesh doesn't like it. My flesh believes it should be something different than what it is. But my flesh is not in charge and not in control, right? So there's the freedom. That's as free as you're going to get in a slaved out dynamic. It's one group gaslighting the world. Sir, it's not one group. It's one spirit. I went on Chaotic Truth's broadcast last night and they all confessed to me. They all put themselves on record in judgment in front of an audience. And guess what? We got 20 new subscribers here today from it. The 150 live viewers and 3,000 after the fact didn't care. They didn't care that I did this sermon for 2 hours over there and pointed out everything about those folks and what they do and what they say and got them all to admit it. You know what they said to me? They literally said to me, Paul, we don't care. We are very well paid at our jobs to follow orders, and we just want some neck. That's the words that this black community used. And they thought that they were being clever to me. And I said, dumbasses, you don't think that I have the same flesh you do? You don't think that I understand that I know you? That's all that you are? That's the holier beingness, that you just want another 100,000 and you just want some more neck. And that's all you are and all you want. I'm not saying that doesn't live within me and on me. It does. That's not all of who I am and what I'm doing. That's all of who you guys are and what you're doing. And when I bring this eternal truth to you, you ignore it for the former. You ignore the latter for the former. You just want another paycheck and some more neck from some Jezebel harlot somewhere. That's the whole of your life here and the whole of your beingness and who you are and what you stand for. That is precisely the problem. Hello? Let's look at our politicians. Let's take Donnie, for instance. Let's put on our seeing goggles so we can really see something now, because we can't without them. We got our seeing goggles on. What do you think if we had to take Donnie Trump aside and ask him, the same way if we asked my father or any of the other beta corporate males here who don't stand for shit, if we asked them, what is your whole credo and philosophy on life? What do you stand for? Guess what it would be, folks? I just want some more money and I just want some good neck from Stormy. Right. And that's all they are. That's the alpha and omega of all these people are and what they're about here. Shallow materialism and hedonism. And if you bring the damn eternal truth before them, they shit on it, they mock it, they ignore it. They got better stuff to do, like get more money and get more neck. Who cares about virtue and justice and what's true and what's right and principles and value and true empowerment? Who gives a fuck, Paulie boy? That is so uncool. You're cramping our style. Right. Tell me all about it. Is it a coincidence that literally we could go to my father and ask him and he'll say he adores Donald Trump and idolizes him and lives just like him and has the same credo? Or we go to the black panel and they live just like him and idolize him and have the same credo? It's because it's not one group, it's one spirit, and it's the spirit of Lucifere, as the Italians will tell you. Nothing new, beginning of time till the end of time, and it has them all deceived. That they think they know what being an adult is. They think they know what life is. They think they know what winning is. We're going to win so much, you're going to get tired of it. Is anyone tired of winning under Donnie yet, by the way? Anyone tired of it yet? We're winning so much? Right. Well, as long as you got your inflated stimulus check, and as long as you can get some neck, either from your battle axe wife, who you're completely sick of each other for obvious reasons, or you can go on OnlyFans and get it. You know, long as you're in a complete fascistic, genocided society where you can pay for pussy and you can get paid to be a coward, everything's just great, ain't it? So I'm told. You like it, I love it. Let's play this game. They think life's the only game where they never have to show their hand, and they keep going around going, I got 4 aces. I go, okay, ante up. Now show your cards. I never want to show those cards. It's weird for all the people claiming they have 4 aces to never want to show those cards. At some point, you're going to have to put that hand down. You're going to have to show who and what you really are. And we're going to have to make the judgment on the hand that you hold. How valuable and powerful is it? And I keep telling these folks, you keep bluffing me because you think you don't have to show your hand, right? But that's what poker's all about. You don't have to show your hand. I can read you. And you keep cross-talking saying you got 4 aces. You can't have them if I got them. So let's put them down now. There's the 4 aces. What do you actually have? And it's jack shit is what it amounts to. And that's the allegory. That's the allegory between God, I am that am, the eternal truth, and us oriented toward justice and doing what's right, versus holding a 2 and a 6 and claiming you got 4 aces and never wanting to show your hand, because we all know what it really is and what you're about. But just keep claiming to be winning. Another American value. Long as I'm getting paid and I get neck, then it's a win for everybody. That's not how that works. That's not how leadership works either. That's not how sacrifice works. I could go down a list of these words and terms and qualities that most of these people just don't care about, let alone understanding, let alone embodying. Surprise, surprise. You may have to leave a few bucks on the table to do what's true and what's right. You may have to talk yourself out of some pussy sometimes in order to be oriented toward justice. Because it turns out the majority of the Jezebel harlot whores don't actually want you to be an empowered, inspiring, co-creative man. They want you to be their property. You can't be their property and get that harlot pussy unless you forego your soul to make the next check, right? See, they go hand in hand. All the statist, fascist, Luciferians, all they want is money so they can pay for the neck. See? It hasn't occurred to them yet that there may be a contingent of women out there, as minor as they are, who will suck your dick all day, every day if you just become the man you're meant to be. Imagine that concept. This is a concept black people understand from the ghetto, by the way. Paulie's real N-wording again. See, the black people from the ghetto never got pussy by paying for it or taking women out on dates. They got it by being who and what they are and knowing that a woman's going to resonate with that or not. And that's the greatest power and value you can have, is being whatever you're meant to be and knowing a woman will show up every day for herself and you and for the cause because of that. See? A lot of these inauthentic corporate beta males don't know nothing about that because they've been in one relationship after the next where when that wallet runs dry, so does that pussy. Forgive me if I'm being a little ghetto now. Was a family broadcast, so to speak. No, it wasn't. Eric Terreo already joked earlier about sodomy. Okay, so that already went to the side, right? Imagine a reality where you didn't have to follow orders every day and suck dick to get a check to buy your way into some neck. Because the well doesn't dry up when your wallet dries up, because you're really about something and walking with something, and it's so valuable and powerful that the woman wants to suck it up out of you almost, it would seem, right? Forgive me, I'm being a little crude, rude, and lewd. I'm pointing to the difference between false power and value structures and archetypal true value and power structures. There's a difference. Probably why every time you see these inauthentic corporate beta males, they're taking shots of liquor and chain smoking cigarettes because subconsciously they know their bitch has one foot out the door, and with good reason. And they got to keep making more and more money to keep that hoe around. And for you women, have some fucking self-respect and some self-worth. You know your inauthentic corporate beta male ain't shit. And at this point, I'm going to go pimping on the pimping. I'm going to go to unpimping, right? We'll go right back to the street logic, right? At some point, a woman recognizes she can get money just like a man, even way more, way quicker. Why would she have to get up under a man for that? If I'm not going to get up under a man for who and what he is, why would I get up under him to get some things? We're a woman in a modern day world. I could get to everything as a woman that he can and more and a lot quicker. See? This is why you males are now being deemed obsolete. This is why you're going to be replaced by AI, because you're no longer human by definition. There's a cause and effect for all this shit happening right now that we're seeing unfolding. There's a reason why all the women are going to sell pussy and get on OnlyFans, because they recognize exactly what I recognize, that you males ain't worth shit to them. You don't stand for nothing. You're not archetypally powerful and valuable. You're not willing to protect yourself and them and your property against the state and all the encroachers. And you act like a bitch and a hoe everywhere in your life and talk about other males who are doing better than you, or you try to play power games on them. to falsely equalize. So your women see it. They know you ain't shit. And since all you had to offer them at one point was a check, they decided to just go sell that pussy virtually to replace you and what you're worth, which is a few coupons for value, right? You no longer have archetypal empowerment, inspiration, and value at your core that you could experience and present and have a woman reflect that back to you and resonate with it. So if you ain't got that, you ain't got nothing, because we see the way community and society is now going because of it. This is all chain of title. This is all cause and effect. This is all trust, honor, faith, and equity coming down the line to give us a result on what it looks like and feels like and what the experience is when we don't practice that, when that's not revealed at the core of our beingness. And it all starts with mommy and daddy in the home, right? Because it's systemic, one generation after the next. This is a systemic intergenerational problem that needs to be solved. And what I just spoke, I believe absolutely is the solution. Nothing else other than that is going to be the substitute for the solution. No amount of money, no amount of numbers, no amount of political platforms, no amount of fake religions, no amount of positions in this corporatized world is going to change the archetypal hierarchical power and value systems, what it creates and what it destroys if it's not adhered to. It's all right there. Smart woman trade crypto. The irony of someone making a judgment on who's smart or not when doesn't know the difference between woman and women. I'll leave it right there. We concur. The women are all admitting in chat exactly what I'm saying is true, whether it's subconscious to them or conscious. Okay? I contend most of these dynamics are subconscious. Most aren't conscious of it. They can't speak it like I do. But once I speak it, they go, holy crap, that's exactly what it is. It literally hits them all in one moment. That's one of the few things I'm good at in this life. God tasked me to be good at, is I can speak someone else's truth or the one truth that's the core of everybody to where when I speak it, it immediately hits them that that's exactly what they've been living and they couldn't language it out themselves. Because it's all right there. It's all based in cause and effect. It's all archetypal. It's all universal. The core problem is lack of masculinity. That's exactly what I just said. If you wanted to sum it up, the problem is that your new influencers, all your modern day influencers say that because they've heard people like me and others lay out that concept, but they can't expound on it with their own firsthand experience. The idea of them being this and then becoming that. They can't do it because they didn't do the process. So all they can do is parrot somebody else's firsthand experience and try to, make a few bucks off of it, right? See, they can never create. They just try to distort and corrupt to control and redirect. But yes, at the core of it, it's exactly what it is. Now, the problem is, again, the influencers will tell you, like Wes Watson and others, we have a lack of masculinity. We need true masculinity. That is the gap in empowerment, inspiration, and co-creational solution, right? And then they think the answer to that is go out and work out, do steroids, shave your head, act real tough, make a whole bunch of money, buy cars, and then the rest, right? That's what they keep equating true masculinity with having enough FU money to buy pussy or to be cool in front of your friends, to seem powerful and in charge. What do you do with it? You're still a registered, tax, vaxxed, and lax slave to the state being run by pedo billionaires with their code and policy. There's a glass ceiling here, folks. Can we not see that and feel that and understand that? No amount of money and bought pussy that doesn't get wet for you archetypally because you're not a man archetypally, you're a slave, is going to change this dynamic. Quite the opposite. It's just more and more expose, revelation therapy through holographic reflection. You like it, I love it. Nothing like some content on the Truman Show world stage, right? They did a panel one day. They did a stage. They had Wes Watson, Andrew Wilson, the fresh and fit guys, all of them up there. They had all the modern day. By the way, I never got an invite to that, oddly enough. I don't know why. Never invited me. They were all up there on stage. There was millions of dollars in net worth up there, hundreds of thousands of millions of subscribers up there, but not one of them can hit on the eternal truth of the archetypal. Living and being free, not being subject to other man's dictates. I thought that was what the founding fathers' whole ethos was. And what they implored us to do completely. Didn't hear or see hide nor hair of it, one word of it. But we heard all about how tough and big Wes Watson was going to beat up Andrew Wilson. We heard Andrew Wilson talk about having enough money to take care of his bitch-ass family that's going to grow up to be just like him, another slave. We heard and saw all the other regular talking points. It's the one thing we didn't hear that always confuses me. And it's not by accident. It's by design, either on a corporate level, technically, or on a spiritual level. From a deception point of view, we can never get anybody on those stages to talk about the most archetypal, inspiring, empowering story of Jesus, essentially, too. The prophet who they all claim to worship and follow, but won't live anything like the motherfucker, oddly enough. Being a man is about being big and ripped and rich in the pocket. And rare because we're willing to curse people out and run our mouth. No, being a man is when you have enough coupons for value to pay for your wife and daughter's new car and her jewelry. Or just to have a survival-driven slave. Oh, we got our rice and beans and potatoes and whatever. That's it. We've made it. We've arrived. Not one piece about how everybody's registered as property and owned by a bunch of billionaire pedos who may as well be aliens who landed on this planet and are taking over humankind and re-engineering it for its own purposes. Pretty sure that's what the scripture talks about too. The lead-in on the scripture, the first paragraph is, God didn't make man in his own image. God found man in a deplorable, fucked up state and remade man in its own image. Is it possible we're living that same cycle over again? I'm just asking. Oh, and by the way, in that passage, it talks about the Elohim, which translates to the men from the stars who came to earth. Just asking questions. Is it possible this whole damn planet is taken over and run not only by a spirit, but a group of entities who may not be completely human? And that's why human evolution looks more and more anti-human. Because someone or something's in control of it and is directing it. And it somehow, some way, only puts people out front to be seen and heard by the people in mass who are promoting the dynamic and or ignoring it. See, they either promote the slavery in a different form or they ignore and deny that it exists. While then they keep having people out of left field come forward who show up like this and go, we want to put wires in everybody's brain for safety. We think it's going to be an amazing transformation of humankind. Yeah. What is that? And then I'll be now marginalized by the majority of folks who'll say, Paulie Boy's crazy for just doing like observe and report comedic presentment where he's like animated and just calling out what is a complete freak show circus on every level, that the majority of participants here are so drugged up on pharmaceuticals and numbed out and haven't slept more than 4 or 6 hours and who knows when, and are so fucking poisoned their pineal gland is rock hard while their dick is super flaccid from all the heavy metals running through their veins. You know? Man, you should have seen Paulie, but he really went over the edge tonight and fucking lost it. As they get on their broadcast and tell their audience that they love Donnie and support Elon and think we're all going to get out of this just fine and dandy if we just keep paying and supporting and voting. Snafu Snaps on a quadruple return trip. Snafu Snaps, we're looping. We're in rare loop form today.
It's a loop-de-doo, and I feel that since Daddy deals with vehicles on the road optics and things like that, I dropped some optics that may maybe Daddy could. This presentation has so much in it. Like it just,
I'm going
like,
to eat, man. I haven't even eaten my first meal yet today. I'm so committed to service and entertaining. Man. I haven't even sustained myself and nourished myself for the day.
Well, why do you do that?
I just decided today I'm going to do it. I earn my meal day where I'm hungry. It might cause me a headache, but I'm going to come on and put on, and I'm going to have an empty belly where my fire of my hunger is churning and forcing me to really be hungry and work for it, put in my time, and then I'll earn my meal when I'm done here.
So I guess what I'm saying is a picture is worth 1,000 words. Everything that you just said is broke down in just this one clip. Everything Paul said is pretty much broke down in this one clip. Whether you watch it,
and then let me shout out to the people in chat who come here who have balls enough to look themselves in the mirror and know what the fuck I'm saying is true for them, and then decide to change it or not and live with the damn consequences. I'm cool with all you guys. We could do Unslavia tomorrow, and a bunch of regular people who've never went civil disobedient, never went to court, complied with all of it, as long as they cop to the truth and know where we're all at. I'm good. We can break bread. We can have fun. I'll sit in the dunk tank. You can dunk me because I'm the biggest clown ever on here. I'm the willingly foolish to some extent, right? I'm pretty much all things and nothing at all, in a way, if you choose to be philosophical about it. I'm an inspiration for some. I'm a clown to others. You know, I'm informing some. I'm a lol cow. You know, I'm a Sovset. I'm a retard. I'm a Dunning-Kruger. I'm all those things and none of them. Yeah.
That's you, that's me thing though. The dynamic.
The only problem I have is with people who try to deny the truth and all of what history is communicating because it's blasphemy. And I don't even take that personal. I forgive them for they know not what they do. But those are the ones who get static with me. The ones who know it and they get it and subconsciously they know it and they bring it to the conscious mind and they're real with themselves and others. And then they just decide, hey, I'm in or I'm out. Whatever. I got no problem or issue with you. I ain't even going to talk about it. I ain't even going to go off on you. We can literally eat together. It's no issue. The problem is when we go to break bread and I say something or something comes up and you try to gaslight me and deny eternal truth so you can cope and feel better about your slavery that's going to trickle over onto me. I'm not having it. And I'm not going to allow it to happen because I will use my voice to put that to bed, right? Go ahead, Snafu. Questions, comments, concerns, and then we got to get out of here at some point. I'm already almost an hour over my official time. This always happens.
No, I think that's it, man. And yeah, like I said, it's good stuff. Pretty much just listening to it.
Okay, this is good because every time I see this guy, he reminds me of an addict that woke up. That's exactly who and what I am. So you're right on the ball. We're supposed to believe he's not an alternate account and doesn't know who I am and what I do, right? He's just a random who just came in. Every time I see this guy, and this is for the benefit of everyone else watching and listening, of course. We don't know why he's typing to himself out loud, but I guess you guys get the benefit of watching him think out loud and typing. Every time I see this guy, he reminds me of an addict that woke up and then he has all these weird thoughts to make your head spin. You're on it. That's exactly what I'm doing. When have I ever denied any of that? I cop to everything that I am or what I do. You're saying that like you're typing, thinking out loud, and someone's going to finally come to a realization about what I am and am not. By the way, I notice how guys like you always tell like a quarter of the story. It's the weirdest thing ever. It must be like coincidence, right? It must be an accident. He's doing it and doesn't have anybody. I don't know what that means. Could you try to make a full sentence there? Subject, predicate. Can we try to get that done? He's not making it. Doesn't have anybody. Excuse me. I gotta get some water. Not make it doesn't have, but can we expand on that? What does that mean? I'm just curious. I'll wait. Should we get to clips? Let's get to clips. Okay. While we wait for you to actually tell the rest of the story or create a full sentence there that I can answer to. But again, I seem to believe, I don't know, but I seem to believe that I already know who you are or what your purpose is here. You're not really interested in knowing who or what I am and what I'm doing here or what I have done. You're just here to like spin a narrative and come off as if you're just some passerby, right? Notice he uses the phrase every time he sees me, invoking the idea that you've seen me many times, right? I'm sure you have. Would you care to be honest who you are on your alternate accounts if you do have an alternate account? You got your little demolition here, 60 people. What does that mean? You got your little demolition here. Does that even make sense to anyone else? I'm now interacting with someone who can't use the English language. What a surprise. And I'm the idiot, of course, usually in these scenarios. But you'll never have over 300 because they get my point. You're a loner and you're a loser and you're just ranting nonsense. That is unhealthy. You're completely spinning narratives and protecting and gaslighting. I did over 300 live viewers this past week every day, at least over 200, approaching 3. And then we're back to, see, you don't know it, but you're working with a spirit that I just described. I looped like 3 times this broadcast, and I do it every broadcast. You are the accuser, the deceiver, the Lucifere spirit, right? Who comes to kill, steal, and destroy or cast doubt And you will deny all the rest of the experience in the story to presume your limited non-understanding, right? It's the understanding you want everyone else to organically come to is all there is. So you're wrong. You lied. I have a 20,000 subscriber channel, 23,000 subscriber channel. I can't get over 10 live viewers on it. So when you appeal to a live viewer count as where the power and value is, you're already disingenuous because we know that's not true. These metrics are skewed. This algorithm is altered, so we can't go to that metric to establish true power and value. Although you stayed as fascist, worldly Babylonian slaves will when I'm down, when I'm low, so then you can demean and devalue me. Look, he's a loser. What he's saying doesn't make sense. He can't get over 100 live viewers. Is it that I can't, or is it that they routinely won't let me? Because the same core group that comes here says they're unsubscribed regularly and they don't get notifications. And I get about 1,000 or 500 views at least after I do my live broadcast because somehow people can find it then. Is it that I can't, or is it that I can and regularly do? And the problem is that when I can and regularly do, I use the N-word and I talk about the state of Israel and I bring up the 3 world wars and Masonry and Lucifere and all the rest of it. I talk about all the things you don't hear and see everywhere else. That's kind of frowned upon. Okay? So thank you for playing. You are a perfect example of this spirit. You will try to go to fake metrics and power games to demean and devalue somebody's walk and presentment who regularly, when they're not interfered with, does all the views you say and more, right? Same old games over and over again. And people like you are the ones who thrive in the corporate world because you do the same thing in the corporate world. You cook the books and the numbers. You make some imagery that makes it look like somebody's doing bad or not doing as good as the rest. Then you use that false competition to create the narrative and the imagery that you're better or someone else is better. And then you get the people to go along with that, right? This is inauthentic corporate beta male power game central. You just do it everywhere you are and everywhere you go. Because you know what the reality is I've learned going to court half a dozen times and winning every time is you beta males can't compete with a motherfucker who's never even learned what you learned. I have so much raw inspiration, energy, and talent that I outcompete you just being me. We've learned that from middle school and high school. Had all the valedictorians and all the people who had great grades could not surpass me when it came to test time. Because just off who and what I am, rugged individualism and God in the flesh, to some extent, you can't compete with me in what I do. So you got to create systems and circumstances and cook the books and discount the numbers or miscount purposely. So you can create the end goal and reality you want everybody to believe and think is true. So you can sell that narrative to the public and the populace in mass. See? You're just bad faith, dishonorable, corrupt, power gaming scum who, if we were all reduced back to our purest form as men, could not compete or compare with someone like me doing what I do. Now, that may sound arrogant and narcissistic and self-centered. That's exactly what I've been shown over and over again throughout my life in various venues. That's all it is. That's why our country and the world is going the way it goes, because the authentic, individual, rugged man who's got some true value and power has been marginalized and sidelined for a collective of inauthentic corporate beta males who've used the corporate system to sell an image of a reality that isn't what it really is, to get what you all want and need to get. See? You've literally gaslit yourselves and the whole world that you're powerful and valuable and that everyone else doing what they're supposed to do isn't and doesn't matter. And we'll see how that ideology plays out for you and everybody else. You like it, I love it. Literally, if you go to the president, it's a beta corporate male talking off a screen, can't even talk for himself. You go to your average media outlet, it's a beta male in a suit with all the trimmings of supposed false value and power who can't talk without a screen with words on it. All the false symbols of power and value, all the corruption, all the watered down. None of the real, none of the true, none of the co-creative. You go to every art gallery. It's not the guy on the corner who paints like better than some of the greats and the best. It's Epstein's nephew who looks like he paints like Pablo Picasso's retarded son. right? This is the game. You turn the radio on. It's not the guy from around the block who literally understands classical music and can play every instrument, has an amazing voice. It's Rihanna. It's some other loser, low-life failure who they're going to try to sell you as the pinnacle of humanity and competition. That's the game. You don't see this in every venue. You go to the clothing sector. It's not the guy from down the block who uses all organic, the best stuff, who maybe charges a little more than Slave Mart, who actually cares about his product and is a better designer. No. That's not what's pushed en masse. That's not what's given top billing. That's not who's on the list of all the accredited certified. It's Kanye West till it's not, with a white t-shirt for $150 with nothing on it. See the game? Does anyone else see the game? They take the weaker, the watered down, or the ones who are controllable, or they're able to misdirect, and they promote that as the pinnacle of the non-petition competition that never happened. Because everybody else who was truly valuable and powerful was sidelined and marginalized. It's every venue, people. The guy down the block who makes the best pastrami sandwich, who you never heard about, isn't given top billing. You know who is? McDonald's and Bill Gates. Is it because McDonald's and Bill Gates are such great cuisine that tastes like nothing else you could ever get? Or is it because they're part of the game and part of the system, and they're willing to toe the line, and they're willing to poison the people and push garbage? That's who gets the top billing. That's who's rated and certified as the best. That's who gets 5 stars on every platform. And then they sit back and go, we won. We finally arrived. We made it. No, you didn't. You cheated. You denied reality. You gaslit everybody else with lobbyists and corporate campaigns. You did underhanded techniques to try to fuck up the guy down the block who sells the best pastrami sandwich. You tried to give him a pastrami with Zika virus in it, so that all his customers would leave or think that he was corrupt and bad. You tried to project onto them who and what you are, hoping that everybody would leave and wouldn't bring their business there anymore. That's what you all do. That's what you're about, because it's no longer a world of he who's the most logical and ethical and moral, who works the hardest and brings the best product or the truest product, is the one who wins. No, it's not. It's who can lie, cheat, steal, manipulate, propagandize, and lobby the best. Get fucking real for once in your goddamn life. You think Donnie Trump's the most intelligent, enlightened, powerful, inspiring, co-creative man to lead United States corporation? Or is it the best you can do amongst a bad lot? And even that, the best amongst a bad lot, is absolutely retarded, pathetic, and embarrassing. And you'll sit right there and say, they won. They finally arrived. No, you didn't. You stacked the deck. You denied reality. You denied opportunities to the people who really deserved it in favor of the ones who could pay their way to the top, and then have zero or little to nothing to actually offer when it comes to true power and value. And you wonder why the American standard has been sold off along with the true value. This is what they used to call stores here: American standard, true value. I could go on. You wonder why it's all been sold off to China. Everything is fake, watered down, plastic, half-assed. You can't get any customer service anymore on anything to get anything replaced. If you do get someone on the line, they don't speak the damn language because everything's outsourced, and there's no more warranties, and they don't give a fuck what you think about their business. And the customer's not always right. The customer's a jerk off who's always going to keep paying. It's all right there over and over again. But keep telling yourself that. Keep telling yourself that Andrew Wilson and all the rest of these clowns are the winners. They got the real truth. They're inspiring, entertaining, and empowering. That's why they have the money and numbers. Get real. I think I'm done here. Let's go to a couple. There we go. Nice trailer. What a winner you guys follow. There it is. So now my container, what I choose to house myself in debt-free, in order to focus my time, energy, attention on other more valuable, empowering things and co-creative things, that is the judge of who and what I am and what I stand for and whether it's important or not. My container that I exist in today. Thank you, Mr. Militant Roots, for proving it all for me. Exactly my point. See, if I show up in a mansion that's rented with 2 rented Bugattis and 4 dumb strippers behind me that I paid $100 each to do the broadcast with me, you eat it right up. That's what should be my next troll campaign simulation. I go down to the local strip club. I get 4 dumb hoes. I pay them $50 each to do an hour with me. And I come on and I act as if. And maybe I rent out a concert hall, right? I rent out a corporate boardroom somewhere for $100 for the hour. If you show up and act as if and you have all the symbols of false power, they suck it right up and eat it right up. They're just that predictable. God forbid I be debt free, right? God forbid I own land. God forbid that land is tax free. God forbid I don't have to ask any statist fascist to use my own property, right? Because that's all of what I'm doing and working toward more and more and have been successful. In certain areas, more to come, right? The presumption is also that everybody here follows me. And if they are following me, the presumption is that it's me they're following. Does God not live in all of us? Does God not work through all of us? Is the eternal truth not available at the core of all of our beingness? Are they really following me or are they following that? If they're following anything at all. So believe it or not, one can bear witness and testimony and be inspiring and co-creative in any container, anywhere. I've done it from a jail cell. I'll do it from a trailer. Has no impact on the power of the message or the inspiration or the co-creation. That's up to everybody else involved. The fact that you believe it does is precisely your problem, and that's why you get hoaxed and gamed 10 different ways to Sunday. It's just that easy. It's just that simple. See, he just proved it right there. In one comment, he just proved how part of the algorithm works and democracy and populism, right? If I just rented a conference room and broadcasted once a week and hired 4 dumb bitches to stand around me and act like I was the man and said whatever I just said, I would get triple, quadruple, 10x the viewers, and people would start contributing and supporting more because they would think I had value and power and they'd want a piece of it, right? There's the game. We literally come here and get dozens of people out of their court cases, get dismissals, no attorney, no fees. They're down there in the chat right now, and you're going to sit here and tell me I and what I do have no power and value when literally we have more than the majority of your influencers and idols you worship with all the crap behind them. All the crap owns them is what you're not getting. See? But hey, I'm the biggest fool here because I'm the bee attempting to teach a fly that honey is better than shit. I guess everybody has their calling and their purpose or their preference here or their prerogative. All right. Let me hit a couple more and then we'll get out of here. Thank you for some of the folks in chat for proving my simulation to be absolutely correct and true. I couldn't do this without you. Predicted programming. Charlie Kirk's fake death predicted in 1998. Nicolas Cage's movie Snake Eyes. In the movie, a character named Charles Kirkland is killed by a single shot to the left front side of the neck. The movie's marketing shows Nicolas Cage making a tight triangular hand gesture on the poster. They go on to talk about a man named Tyler in the movie and a whole bunch of other connections that are just coincidence upon coincidence. You can stack them a mile high. Isn't it interesting how Paulie Boy was out ahead of this narrative again and knew just from the face of it that it was fraudulent or there was more to the story. And when I asked questions and called it out, I got shit on all over Facebook. And now one by one, they're all coming back and saying, you know what? Maybe there is more to this. Maybe you are onto something. Maybe the optics are higher than ever, or everyone else is high and the optics are really low. But that's what we do here. That's another exemplification of true power and value is vision. See? The ability to see what is way before the rest can see what is, and therefore make a move to not get caught up. Ask how many people out there got tons of money and numbers, but are 5 jabs deep. How powerful and valuable they feel and are with no vision. Go ask them. Maybe they'll tell you the truth. Doubtful. Maybe you shouldn't have to ask them in order to infer what the truth is because you understand what true value and power dynamics are and don't get lost in the sauce. See? Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Isn't that the credo, right? The smoke and mirrors is all there is. Let's go to the Republicans blocking the Epstein list, lying in open court or open Congress, as they should, because it's another revelation of who and what they all are on both sides for you dunces to get it or not. Watch the Republicans block a vote by lying about how many people say yay or nay in the room, and it's beyond embarrassing. It's like 2 people say no, and they go, sounds like a majority to me, and they move on.
Into the record listing the members of this committee and their individual calls to release the Epstein files.
Shauna, without objection. The subcommittee stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Point of order. Are we not
we're in
going to take the
recess.
vote?
We're in recess. All subject to call of the chair. Our opus today. We have
Forever
plans.
recess.
We have plans.
They have forever recess. Children will not.
And now we will be calling up Miss Lee's motion as amended. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the, pardon?
The ayes have it.
In the opinion of the chair, the no has it.
Recorded vote, sir.
Recorded vote is called for. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Gosar, Mr. Biggs, Miss Mace. Miss Mace votes aye. Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry votes aye. Miss Boebert. Mr. Jack.
Aye.
Mr. Jack votes aye. Miss Lee. Miss Lee votes yes. Mr. Bell.
Aye.
Mr. Bell votes aye. Miss Simon. Miss Simon votes aye. Miss Presley. Miss Presley votes aye. Mr. Garcia.
Aye.
Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman votes no. Mr. Biggs votes nay. Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 8, the nays are 2.
The subcommittee stands adjourned.
Right. So they did an official vote taking and found it was 8-2 after the guy tried to brush it off and say, I think the noes have it. So they went down the line. It was 8-2. So they adjourned. Okay. I wonder why. For the loser who's here projecting that I'm a loser, please see your way out. If I'm such a loser, why are you here? You're not waking up the audience by trying to convince them that I'm someone who's retarded and talking circles around a bunch of other retarded people who think they're smart. You're literally insulting me and the audience while you're pretending like you know something we don't, and you're here to wake people up when you're just here to hate on me and project onto me. It's boring and embarrassing, and you're probably an alternate account because there's usually a good 5 to 10 of you who just can't get off my nutsack at any one time. So if you could please see your way out, you're not actually having an effect here. You're not actually changing the outcome of anything, and you're not actually speaking or saying anything that makes any sense. You're just revealing your corrupt non-character at your core, right? Your bad faith dishonor. Doesn't surprise me. Nothing new. I'm used to it. There you are. Finally, he admits he's a charlatan. That's not what I just did. I just repeated what you said, and you just took me repeating what you said and claimed I admitted it. I'm going to throw you out now. See how this works? I give you the benefit of the doubt. You type 10 to 20 things. It's the same loop over and over again. You're trying to play some power game non-petition with me from the chat box. You don't have the balls to get up here or call in because you know what the fuck's going to happen. But you try to project I am you and you are me. On the highest level, we are. On the lowest level, there's a gap in perspective, understanding, application, results, and experience. That's obvious. I'm not the Dunning-Kruger tard in this example, quite frankly. And it's always ironic and entertaining and fascinating to me when you guys come in and project everything you are as me, and the core audience here goes, that's you. We've seen this dozens and hundreds. It's not even dozens, hundreds of times so far. And it's even more entertaining when you folks actually summon the balls and the will to get up here and display yourselves. It's even more self-evident. That's why open panel, non-panel, right? Come on up. Go ahead and show us who and what you are, and please do the expose on me. We want some fucking great entertainment here tonight, like we always do. You know, the people who can't talk, barely talk, they're mumbling, stumbling, they can't make any sense. They vote for masters. They think paying taxes for the roads and all the rest of it. They think they're in the know. Again, I described these people earlier. It's a type of person. They have to project in order to cope, right? Paulie Boy's the loser, you know? Could you be more clear and factual about that? What that looks and feels like? Is all you have that I'm in a trailer? I used to live in a condo. It was 400 square feet, whatever it was. You know, like, is every person in Manhattan who pays $4,000 a month to live in a 400 square foot condo a non-loser? So how do I become a loser when I'm in a 400 square foot trailer that I don't owe any rent on, and everything that I can create of value I get to keep and reinvest back in myself and what I'm doing and how I'm living? How am I the loser when I have the next 3 to 5 years paid off to do whatever the fuck I want to do? I could literally sit here every day and pull my dick out and be good for the next 3 to 5 years at least. The fuck are you talking about? I'm as free as you're going to get on so many levels, and you don't even know it when you show up and lay eyes on it. Such a slave you got to project onto me that I am you and you are me. Again, we are, but we're not. It's one of those paradoxical dynamics. Try to figure out what planet you're on and who you're talking to and what the actual dynamics are and what it all means. Because even at that, right, it doesn't really matter. It's just an indication of something. Like, a lot of these things are fingers pointing to the moon. They're indications of other things. The other thing is where you need to look and figure it out. Every person in the audience is always stupid, by the way. And I'm an idiot too, but I'm at least clever enough to just bullshit them and run rings around them to where they can't figure out what I'm saying and what's going on. Either that or we all resonate on a common core value system and a truth we see and have always experienced. And that's why we're here. And you're some dumbass coming out of left field trying to act like you're in the know, but can't present anything of value. We're still waiting here, by the way. Still waiting. I'm going to throw the link again. For all the cowards, frauds, corrupt, statist, fascist, loser, failures who want to project onto me, come on up and display yourself. Do the expose on me. If you can get it done, I will turn this channel over to you immediately. You can have it, and you can dispense your knowledge on it all day, every day to an audience that most likely isn't going to show up for you. That's why you're in my chat box and didn't create your own channel, because I already can and have done and will do what you can't. Because if you could, you would, and you haven't yet. Who are you kidding? At some point, human beings in this realm are going to have to realize that there's a level of awareness when you can know yourself and therefore know everyone else. So your bullshit doesn't wash. And there's no point in even putting it out there. You just reveal yourself. See? We all know that folks who occupy the chat box, who hate on me, cannot go and recreate or reproduce what I do in any shape, form, or fashion and hold an audience. So why pretend that you can? All right. A little bit more audience engagement. Turn from your sin, beg God for forgiveness, live righteously with help, forgive people, spread the truth. I can't argue with any of that. Whether or not I hit that in my practice day to day, I guess remains to be seen. I'm sure I fall short of that regularly, but that's the whole point of the practice. Okay. Couple more. Why not? I'm almost 2 hours over my allotted time frame. My adrenaline gets going here on some level, and I don't feel as much pain, and it feels like it's a positive thing. And then I think that it actually is potentially a deception, but who knows? I'm feeling pain, but not as much as I was when I started the broadcast. So, Trump made 4,725 wire transfers to Epstein. I'm sure it was for maybe some midnight hot dog runs, like Obama and the others.
Marjorie's Epstein file details, Mr. President, 4,725 wire transfers. Let me repeat that. 4,725 wire transfers, adding up to nearly $1.1 billion. What? Flowing in and out.
Is this legit?
It's not true. This is another Democrat hoax. Not good. Not true. These are very nasty people. So yeah, we can't get anywhere because there's zero accountability, responsibility, and even if this is true, they're just going to gaslight you that it's not. The Democrats made it all up. And are we going to release the list? No, because Charlie Kirk's dead, and we just built an amazing ballroom. Okay, and some other stuff. So who knows? Who really cares? Am I right? Does it really matter? Just keep voting, paying the slave tax, following the code. Do what the fuck you're told. Make some money and and kind of go off and hide for the rest of your life till you get old and gray and weak and then ready to die. That's all you got to do. Okay. All right, I'm going to leave it there. I think I got a whole bunch of stuff here I didn't get to, as always. I'll work it into the next broadcast, non-broadcast. Blessings to the contributors and supporters. You are angels here in a certain shape or form. I kind of say a lot of this stuff with a certain energy behind it, like I'm doing the bit non-bit, but there is truth to it. You know, there have been a set of folks who've been here from the beginning who I have no choice but to appreciate you. You contribute and support. You let me run my mouth and act up, call you a bunch of slaves sometimes even. And you forgive me my trespasses as I forgive others who trespass against I. So you're thankful and grateful people. You're good faith, honorable people. At least that's what it seems. And if nothing else, you're willing to give value where you find value. So that is equitable and that is commendable. And if nothing else, I'm selfishly thankful and grateful for it. Okay. Because at one point I didn't have that, and a lot of people on here don't have that ever. So I definitely have to remind myself of that. I'm getting the hell out of here. It's a spectacular ballroom. How dare you know? He understands. We love how dare you down there. We love these people. Yeah. Back who knows when. I'm going to try to stick to the once every 4 days thing. You never know. If that changes, I'll give you guys notice. I don't like to keep you guys hanging. I feel a certain level of responsibility and obligation here. So yeah, I won't leave you high and dry. I won't leave you hanging. If things change, and more to come over the next months. You know, I keep saying that, but I do have faith. I'm seeing more and more coming together. The spirit seems to be moving behind and in front of the scenes in various ways. So good to see and experience. Paul enlisted on the way out. Say goodnight to the bad guy. Like, share, subscribe, restream, and all that. Put it in these slaves' faces. They need it. All right, Daddy out.
You want to play rough? Okay. Say hello to my little friend. You want to play rough? Okay.
Whether they know it or not, they don't have to know that they're under deception, mind, and heart control. They don't have to know that they're agents of the Shaitan. As a matter of fact, that's a better agent. An agent of Shaitan, the deceiver, is best when they don't know that they're doing it. They just think they're little old them on their path, and this is the understanding, and they put it forth all day, every day. I may be doing it right now. Keep me honest. Use your discernment. Pray about it. So yeah, they loop all day, every day about natural law, and that's great. I'm not saying that's bad. Natural law, left brain, right brain, masculine, feminine, divine feminine, divine masculine, holy union, co-creativity, psychology, sociology. That's all great. We do that here to the best of our ability, right? For what it's worth. The issue that I've had and continue to have is, where's your results and actions on the ground? Where's your solutions-oriented lifestyle? If you're deep in debt, let's go over the list again. Where's my list? Okay, right, there it is. If you're deep, okay, hold on. Okay, if you're deep in debt, right, you're voting for masters. If you're begging your audience for debt slave notes because you can't get it together, it's poor and broke. You're following statute, policy, and code like it's law. When you finally go to court, where it all matters, where it's all won and lost, where it's all put on record, you fold like a cheap card table, like Alex Jones, another one you could put on the list. Another loser, failure, who was all bark and no bite. Another loser, failure, who does a broadcast every day talking about New World Order and global government and fear porning and shouting and holding up guns, saying he's going to go to war with New World Order. And then when it comes time to just go to court and put yourself on record, you look like the biggest bitch west of the Mississippi. So, again, this ain't soft sit mumbo jumbo. This ain't whistling Dixie. We're going to need to get our asses in gear. By we, I mean you, whoever you are. Stand on rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, be self-sufficient, self-sustainable, live on the land in accordance with God, in alignment with the supernatural. Okay? Live debt-free as much as possible, live within your means, be an activist, stop complying, stop obeying. What did the founders say? At least one of them. I don't know if he didn't sign the Constitution, but essentially make every act of your beingness in your life a rebellion, a passive rebellion. It's not some sitting alone somewhere, you know, with no love or care or no joy or happiness, watching to some gun and Bible, as the Obama Knights would have you believe, right?
Skibbity bop bop. Watch your step now. Jump back, catch the law. Just the other day I was watching the chat. Half the slaves was talking about they homeboy Jack. Did you see what he said? OMG, what'd he say? OMG, I'll have to tell you I was watching all day. Those cupcake motherfuck turds don't know how to be free. If they only knew the law, they could see what I see. I know the law really well, cause I read UCC. If I was a life coach, listen to me. That's you, caught in the drift, waiting for a sign, looking for a leader that you can't define. That's you, stuck in an echo, never breaking free. You follow the current, but you don't even see. Skibbity bop. The night dude was talking real bold, dropping terms like sovereign and common law gold. Nah bro, see, I got the docs right here, I just ain't filed yet, it's the wrong time of year. Trust me, I've studied it, I know what to do, but the county clerk's shady and the judges are true. I'm just waiting till it's safe and I know I'll get paid, maybe when Saturn is back in retrograde. Besides, I gotta stay low for a while. They're watching IPs and I got a profile. Anyway, I'm working on phase 1 of the plan. He went quiet when asked, you ever stood as a man? That's you, caught in the drift, waiting for a sign, looking for a leader that you can't define. That's you, stuck in an echo, never breaking free. You follow the current, but you don't even see. Skibbity bop. Like he owned the place, typing all caps with the crooked face. Oh great, more soft sit clown shit here. Where's the tinfoil clowns and the flat earth quiz? Let me guess, you don't pay taxes. You should be arrested, a criminal felon who didn't get his vaxes. I'm telling you, I know the law better than you. I read the USC, my lawyer knows what to do. What I want to know is, why are you free? That, and please tell me what you're offering me. He's a fed, he's a fraud, he's broke, he's a broke. He probably lives in a pod, he's Illuminati. Nah, he's just fake. I could do it better if I caught a break. They're all in on it, it's a psyop feed. Anyone got a link to the doc I need? That's you, caught in the drift, waiting for a sign, looking for a leader that you can't define. That's you, stuck in an echo, never breaking free. You follow the current, but you don't even see. Skibbity bop bop. Down, tick a tack a tack a pop, dibbity down, 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 down. Whoa, bada, whoa, bada, whoa, yeah. That was me, caught in the drift, waiting for a sign, looking for a leader I can never define. That was me, stuck in my echo, caught in the feed, following the current I thought was me. Skippity bop bop. Batty white. Skippity bop bop. Batty white.
Listen to me. Listen to me. I want to help you. I want to help you live the life you want to love.